please request, I don't know how are we going to do this. Abdullah Fayak, I don't know how are we going to do this? Are we going to both be live, or is one of us going to invite the other one? If you would like to, I'm not sure how it works.
Salam, can you hear me?
Salam. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, your comment or your, I cannot write anything, so I think you off everything. So no one can
Yes,
write.
I got rid of the.
So it's all right. Okay, let me see.
Yes, because you want me to, is it okay if I get rid of the comments?
Yeah, let people be free, you know. Whatever they say, they are free because we are working on freedom of movement, freedom of speech, freedom of belief. I know there are some Afghans that are messing around. That's fine. It's all right. No worries.
Okay. I turned on the comments. Okay. I thought we were gonna have a conversation like the way you had the conversation with Mr. Aurioi. I don't know how it works. How can I make you big? Let's see. There you go. You're big. Okay, that works. But I wanted us to be like, you know,
there
next to each other.
There are some options that you need to. There are some books you need to go, and you can balance it.
Okay.
So on the corner, I think there are some square boxes. So you need to go there. You need to choose either singular or plural or multiple guesses.
In the corner? Like which boxes? I don't see any. You mean corner of your name?
No, your name. Okay, I think go there and search. You will find it. Give me 1 minute. I speak with. You know, I'm live on YouTube and Facebook as well. I update what is going on, but you need to search. I think you will find it. سروران گرامی درود بر شما. ما اکنون البته میمان دکتر ایمی هاشمی هستیم. این بانو نامزد دکترایش هست در دانشگاه کالیفرنیا و پیرامون ترجمه لوحه های پارسی یا اسم جامد به زبان افغانی هستیم و همچنان که از مسائل سقوط رژیم در ایران پیرامونش پرسش‌هایی داره و افزون بر این در مورد بحث هویت ما کیستیم اینجا کجا هست بحث به زبان انگلیسی داریم. دوستایی که زبان انگلیسی را میفهمن لطفاً که از اینجا حضور پیدا بکنند. و سروران گرامی کسایی که صدای ما را میشنون تقریبا درست شد ولی 2 نفرم میتوانی. You can yeah. Okay.
Is that good?
It's better than before. Anyway.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Because I have this option.
Yeah, it's all right.
You know, the full screen and then the fluid panel, fluid grid.
You try
fixed
them.
Grid, fixed panel.
You try them respectively. Yeah. You might find something better. So just keep.
I think trying. This is
All right, it's fine. So far so good. دوستای عزیز لطفاً این البته لایف با کسایی که زبان انگلیسی میفهمن شریک بسازین و چون ما دیروز یک بحث داشتیم تقریبا بیش از 5 ساعت بحث ما تداوم پیدا کرد با آریایی صاحب با زبان پارسی بود و امشب دکتر صاحب هیمی ما را البته دعوت کرده و پرسش های خیلی مهم و مرکزی داره. پیرامون مسائل ایران هست، مسائل لوحه های به زبان افغانی است و مسئله هویت است خراسان و دیگر پرسش های که خودش تهیه کرده. ما کاملا در خدمتش هستم و از این بانوی فرریخته و از این دکتر عزیز ما میشنویم و دوستا را دعوت بکنین و این لایف شریک بسازین و شما هم ریکورد بگیرین. به زبان انگلیسی است دوستای عزیز امشب و چون بحث ما بحث علمی اکادمیک دانشگاهی است و به این دلیل هم که هست شما میتوانید ریکورد بکنین این لایف و با دوستای خارجی تان و با تینگ تنگ بازها و کسایی که علاقمند این بحث ها هستن و این بحث ها بشنوین فقط همین خدمت شما به عرض برسانم. Yes, Dr. Amy, I'm completely yours.
Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. I really appreciate it. I know you're a very busy man. And everybody knows us. Perhaps I need to introduce myself a little bit for the people who are not familiar with who I am. My name is Emmy Hashimi. I am a doctoral candidate here in California in the field of education. I'm also a high school teacher, art teacher. My background education is in political science pre-law. So that's why I'm very much interested when it comes to the politics inside our home nation of Khorasan. And as many of you are aware, in recent news, a lot has been happening. As a matter of fact, a lot had been happening for a while now. But nowadays, everybody has a phone, so they are documenting it. They have a camera, so we can see it on social media to what really is happening inside the nation of Khorasan. And there are a lot of human rights abuses that are currently taking place inside the nation. And, it's something that we need to address as academics. This is an academic conversation between Abdullah Fayak, who has gained his education, his master's from Oxford University and Great Britain. So this is an academic conversation between two scholars, and I have left the comment section open if anybody has any comments or questions. But as Abdullah Fayak has indicated, we will be talking about Iran, what's happening in the nation of current day Iran. We're going to be talking about the banners, what the Taliban are currently doing in that regards. Also, we're going to be talking about Khorasan. We will be talking about identity. We will be talking about international law a little bit. Also, we will be talking about how come nobody's saying anything when all these people are pouring into Khorasan and they are stealing the natural resources. And if the people of the region, if they say anything, if they raise their voices, they are terminated. They're shot by the Taliban who are standing there. So what's going on here? So I and Abdullah Fayak, we would like to discuss these topics in an academic setting. And for the people who are watching, if you guys have any questions, you may ask your questions once we're ready for questions. So, but I do see that a lot of people are writing here. I'm sorry, I cannot read Farsi. I don't know what you're writing. So if you can please write your comments, questions, or suggestions in English, it will be very helpful. Once again, thank you so much, Abdullah Fayak, for taking the time to have this very important conversation with me.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Should we begin? Go ahead.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'm extremely grateful to be here and with our Khorasani people. And yeah, there's a lot of questions, serious questions will be raised, and I'm fully, ready to answer these questions. Yeah, I'm all yours, Dr. Amy.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So let's begin with what's taking place in the nation of Iran. Currently, inside the nation of Iran, there is an uprising. People are standing up for their rights. People, want to have more rights in that nation. Also, there is a movement taking place with the Iranian community from the nation of Iran, and in places like Europe, America, etc. So, what are your thoughts and opinions in that regard? And how is their cause connected to ours?
Yes, very good question, and very obvious and rational question that you have raised. Let me to be very academic, and to be very vigilant and very responsive to these questions. First, my area of research is basically Great Britain. So I specialize in a history of Great Britain from 17th century onwards. And then my secondary area of research is Khorasan, where I was born in north of Khorasan. And a third area that I have comprehensively did research and scrutinized basically the fabric, geopolitical, geostrategic, and geoeconomy of Pakistan. So my two chapter of my master degree dedicated in basically in Diran line, Khati Dirand, and Awghanwali code and Pashtunwali codifications or code or way of life. So I have intensively written about these paradigms, these notions and these themes, and have been comprehensively and accessively published in divergent academia, resources, magazines, newspapers, websites, and some articles, and so on and so forth. Iran, honesty, hands in my art, I haven't researched so deeply and profoundly and academically. So I'm not expertise in Iran area. Having said that, but I'm Iranian of East. So I spiritually, physically, emotionally, psychologically belonging to Iran, because Iran is part of us and we are part of Iran. So when we say Khorasan, Khorasan is a terminology in Awsta. Awsta language precisely means Iranian of East. So that's the precise meaning of Khorasan. And the secondary meaning is the sunrise. So Iran is very important for us, and Iran always will be important for us. So what is going on in Iran, Dr. Emmy? It is not, the first demonstration, so uprising or, protest. It will never be the last. So the longevity of this protest, go basically in 1979, where I was born, and the collapse of Shah, and also the uprising has been perpetually going on in Iran. And that is why now the situation gone from bad to worse. So from my analogy, from my perspective, people have a right to uprise. People have a right to basically deconstruct the dominant narrative, or the regime that tantalized them and traumatized them, and also brutalized them and criminalized them So they have a right to resist, they have to a right to uprise. So when it's come to protest, that's partially my specializations about advocacy and campaign. So we did a lot of campaign in the past, and I was a campaigner for Dr. Abdullah 2 terms, unfortunately. And I know what campaign is, what advocacy is, what uprising, what petition, all these terminology and terms, they have a right from a constitutional perspective and point of view. So why people become wild and why they are going crazy and why they are uprising, why they are burning and they make a lot of mess when the level of resentment increase dramatically. So that's why people resort to violence. As you know, you were a student of law and politics, and you know Iran very well. Iranian people are the most civilized people on the face of the earth from historical point of view, because they are the children of Cyrus the Great. They are the children of Akhameneshan dynasty and epoch, and they are the most, devoted and the most civilized, the most polite and educated people every individual across the world they acknowledge. Let me to produce some classical example from Nicholson, I don't know, from J.F. Kennedy, from President Bill Clinton, and from George Bush, from any president in the United States. They praise Iranian, history and glory. Even Arab people, they believe firmly and strongly about their civilizations and also the identity that we are carrying. So that is why this is not something happening in the here. There's nothing, happening in the vacuum. No, there must be some connectivity. There must be some resentment. There must be some concern. Must be some, right is being abused, and so on and so forth. What is going in Iran, unfortunately, is a disaster. Who made this disaster? The regime. Let me to say about the regime. The regime is a very mysterious regime. I have done so many research, and we made a lot of institutions, think tank organizations, associations. Now we made a government in exile. So we basically couldn't understand the political setup of this regime. Is that consociationalism? Is that a democracy, setup? It is basically a communism setup. It is like a anarchism setup. What sort of political setup we don't know. I specialize in politics, and I'm, a political scientist. I don't know. We couldn't figure out. So let me to say from an economy point of view, billions, and I'm saying B is capital B and 12 digit. When we talk about billions as being pouring, but this money and these resources and this wealth has been misused and dedicated and delegated and devoted to whom? To terrorist organizations, which has no affiliation with Iranian people at all. So that's why people are coming, in this very, very extreme cold weather, and they are protesting. Unfortunately, many people has been killed, and many people are being injured. And the tantalizations and brutalizations is brutality is going on, unfortunately. So the consequences of all this misery is the regime. So the regime is not responsive, not responsible, and not accountable, and they are not transparent indeed. And they are all matters as Hezbollah. Hezbollah is very, very important for them. Houthis are very, very important for Iranian regime. Taliban, another bulldog. They are very, very important for Iranian regime. Taliban are so, so important for Ayatollah Khomeini and the rest of these jokers, junkies, and jerks. So that's why I know it's a heartbroken situation. You know that, I know that, and how much we love Iran. But unfortunately, what is going on? This is purely the production and wrong policy and wrongdoing with the regime. And regime is now, they're confused. They are confused what they are going to do. But anyhow, I think from my perspective, it is very difficult. This regime can relocate themselves. They're dislocated. Now they're dislocated. It's for relocation, I think it takes decades now. So the only way I can say is the regime should be responsible, accountable, and give the power to the people. And the people are more civilized, more educated, and they can govern and themselves, as we have a very classical example of Syria. So Syria is doing very well, and also Libya. After Gaddafi collapsed, and the Libyan people are very, very. I know there's a lot of things to be fixed, but anyhow, they are happier than the Gaddafi or Qaddafi regime, indeed.
Yes, yeah, you stated, pointed a lot of good facts about what's happening, in terms of when it comes to politics, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the rights of the people. The way that US government works here in the United States of America is when people are not happy with certain laws and regulations, since we are a democratic republic, then things need to change. However, when it comes to nations like Iran, the people who are in government, they do not want to make any changes, regardless of how much the people are raising their voices. So the power is in the hands of the people. And as you had indicated, the people of Iran, they are very much civilized. They're very successful people, highly educated. Many people from Iran who are living in the United States of America, they have huge businesses, they're doctors, they're lawyers, etc. And many of these people, they are seeking a regime change inside Iran. So let's say regime change does take place. How is it going to hurt the nation of Iran? If all of these highly educated people, they pour into their nation, I don't think it's going to cause any harm to the nation of Iran, in my opinion. I think it will only improve the Iranian society, because more people are going to have rights, and people will be able to choose for themselves what they want to do and what they do not want to do. So as you had indicated, some of these uprisings or these protests are as a result of economic factors, as somebody had indicated in the comment section. When people begin to struggle, they raise their voices, and rightfully so. So, in my opinion, based on what I've been observing, and I've been watching a lot of people having protests, and in Iran, and also in Europe and in the United States of America. From what I've been seeing, people want more freedom. But inside the nation of Iran, I think people are having this uprising because they want freedom, but at the same time, because the economy inside Iran is not doing very well due to many different political factors. So the people of Iran, they want to, collaborate with other nations. They do not want to censor themselves anymore. They want to build relationships, with other nations. But I believe, in my opinion, at this time, the government of Iran does not want to make certain changes when it comes to politics, when it comes to making those relationships with other nations. But how is the situation in current day Iran connected to the nation of Khorasan?
Yeah.
As there is, if you want to answer that question, please.
Yeah. Yeah. The second part of your questions regarding to the impact of these destabilizations and basically disorders. What is the impact? Uh, we can clearly see right now, nowadays in Khorasan, because Iranian regime supported Taliban since 2012 pragmatically, financially, educationally, and also, technologically. And they sent a lot of weaponaries indeed to the Taliban and to fighting against NATO and coalition forces in Khorasan. Um, and also they basically dramatically and continuously supporting Karzai, al Khaba'is, the king of, you know, um, the king of Taliban, the godfather of Taliban, the spiritual father of Taliban, and also, of course, he is Qandari Taliban or Qandari as well. So Iranian regime contributes so massively, so comprehensively to support the Taliban regime, and also uh, both individuals, Karzai and Ghani. And also Taliban, I can say their, success and um, their movement is directly, affiliated with the Iranian regime, as Hezbollah, as Tutsi, as Hamas, and other organizations. And that's why Iranian are extremely happy, and they have a very tight relationship with the Taliban, and also they supported Taliban to be legitimized, and also they supported Russia to recognize Taliban. Simultaneously, they did their best due diligence and in China, because they have a very good type, economic and political tie with China as well. They pressurize on these countries to recognize and legitimize Taliban. So our people will never forgotten this atrocity that perpetuated by the regime of Iran. So we are very frustrated and we are very, very furious about this regime, not because they did something personally to us, to our family, but they did a lot about our nation, about Khorasan, about our motherland. So now Taliban are very, very happy, and they are, they have a freedom of movement, and they have freedom of goods. There are a lot of business, tie and relationship with the Taliban. A lot of trainers came from Iran. They trained them how to install a clergyism system, like Khomeini system, like Basiji system, but in a Shia version. But there's a Sunni, Dewbandi and Salafi and Wahhabism system, which is so, stubborn and so complicated and so risky and dangerous and deadly indeed for our people and for our generations to come. So that is why people thinking that these, Iran hasn't done anything. No, they perpetuate crime politically, and they also create a lot of division in our country as well. Imagine, Iran regime submit our embassy to these prehistorical animals. You call them Taliban. So they submitted, and they also give all authority and power, and indirectly also legitimize these ruthless criminals forces. So imagine now, the picture of Ahmad Shah Massoud, the national hero of Khorasan, has been taken down, and the embassy has been submitted to the Taliban. And that has made us so furious, and that made us really, really hungry. That why the Tajikistan, or Imam Ali Rahman, the president of Republic of Tajikistan, did not give the embassy to the Taliban. Why they don't have any affiliation directly, indirectly, or in super indirectly? Why? Because they know that they are criminals. They are a bunch of criminals who congregated to destroy the humanity. So that is why we, as a government in exile, raise our concern in 2023, and also we made a statement, and our spokesperson also raised this issue in Farsi, and we said what the regime did is a pure criminality, and we will never forget them. So that's why we cut off the tie since 2023, and that's why now we raising our concern to the next government or regime. But the impact in Khorasan is so obvious. As I said, now Taliban are absolutely in a state of shock. When the regime gone, Taliban will gone with them, respectively. There is no doubt. There is no doubt, because Taliban, they don't have a backup, a political backup. Pakistan has divorced them. Pakistan basically defect from the Taliban entirely. And there is a war going on between, Afghans and Taliban. So here, Tajikistan, the Tajik government, the Tajikistan government, antagonized them for years and for decades, and also is a traditional enemy for Afghans. You know that, and I know that as a Khorasani, as a Peshdadian, and I know that. And also we have here Uzbekistan. So Uzbekistan is supporting Taliban purely because Uzbeks has been get hostage by Afghans. It's basically like a ransom for them. And also about China. China said it very clearly, and they stated we don't have any political affiliation with the Taliban. No, we have an economic tie with them. So that's why they gave China all our resources, and the Chinese being, exploited our natural resources so massively, so titanically. So that's why they don't have a friend in need. Oh, they have a friend in need. So they don't have a friend indeed to defend them. And I have a complete conviction in my heart what I say. So here we have Pakistan. Yeah, Pakistan traditionally supporting because of Duran Line, but Duran Line has not been recognized by them, and that's why they defected. Saudi Arabia, no affiliation because of the Qatar interface, and also the Qatar, got the power, got the dominations and the control of Saudi Arabia when the first approach of Taliban. So they don't have even Qatari, because they are purely and completely, depend on America, what they say. So there's no a country helping them when they collapse. So these countries are waiting patiently for the collapse of this regime. 5 years, no recognitions, not eternally or externally, not inside Khorasan, not region and global. Forget about global. So that's why now Taliban are in a state of worry, in dislocation, in confusion, and desperation. Why? Because the big guy is being lost. The job has been drawn. The support as will be stopped. And also the backup. It's not just backup, just regionally, but internationally. And even in a United Nations, when the representative of Iran embraced some concern about the Taliban, that was the most, notorious moment that we have experienced. How Iranian, that the regime, they claim that we have mutual civilizations and language and so on and so forth. And they are supporting the most criminal, the most ruthless criminal, regime on the face of the earth. So let me to tell you that about egoism of this regime. Just they survive by any means necessary. There's no principle, there's no morality, and there's no neighborhood at all. There's no brotherhood at all. So any regime will come, no matter how, and that will be the benefit of our people. Let be so political, not emotional. Any regime, it could be a regime, I don't know about Shahin Shahi, which is I'm against anarchism. I always be against anarchism. But anyhow, and Reza Shah Pahlavi, and he said clearly, I'm not ambitious to establish a kingdom because no one believe in kingdom. Even in Great Britain is gone. It become obsolete indeed. But he could be a good coordinator to, organize these forces and to rebuild a government that will be vibrant, that will be accountable, and that could be, transparent, and also that could be so, modern. And I'm pretty sure. Let me to tell you something else. There are a lot of worries. There are a lot of risk involvement, and I know the fabric, the fabrics, the society of Iran. I know that very well. It's a multi-ethnic society like Khorasan, but more intense.
Mhm.
We have Kurds,
Mhm.
we have Lur, we have Arab, we have a Turk, we have Kazakh, we have Baluch, and also Baluch. They want to their independency. We have Kurds, they have their independency, and also we have some other ethnicities. They want to their independency. Let me to tell you something else. If we gave Pakistan as a political model, Pakistan is being governed as a confederation political setup or system. We have Baluchistan, we have Pashtunistan, and we have also Baluchistan, Pashtunistan, and we have here, that so there are four confederations going on. So why they are not collapsing? What is wrong if these Baluch and Kurd with other, ethnicity governing umbrella and a setup, everyone like Germany, like Great Britain, we have Irish, we have Scottish, we have English, and we have Welsh, and we have also in Switzerland, and there are 26 ethnicity and flags and political setups and cantons. Why we should worry? We will never lose the kingdom. When we go to Achaemenician period, exactly, they govern their political setup based on cantons and countries. They delegate power to them. They give them autonomy under umbrella of Iran the Great, or that time was Achaemenician, or that was Sasanian epoch or dynasty. So why people are so narrow-minded when it's come to Iran? Iran has a long history and beauty and glory. If we are worrying about these small pots, it means we didn't understand fully the history, the historical background of Iran. So Iran will govern themselves with all this ethnicity and all this language and all this beauty which is being surrounded. But it's not about ethnicity. It is about the power and authority and autonomy. It is all about the wealth is not being distributed. Let me to give you another example in America. Why the people of America so furious about the system? Because the money has been delegated or dedicated to where? To Khorasan, to where? To Somalia, where? To everywhere. Imagine in Joe Biden administration, $15 million has been sent on condom for Afghans homosexuality. 15 million. It is not, I'm not saying this one. Financial Times said it, Washington Post said it, and also, the politician and congressman, they raised this issue inside the Congress of United States of America. 15 million Joe Biden spent on condom for Afghans. So that's why, they said we don't want expansionism. We don't want Americanization. We want to bring all our power to home, and we want to redistribute the power and also the wealth to the American citizen. Exactly what the people now demanding, why they are protesting, why they are raising their concern and rise, and a lot of people are being killed. Why? They said, why the regime is spending billions to organization like Taliban? Why? What has Taliban affiliation with Iranian people? What they have commonality and similarity with us? And the same fashion goes to Hezbollah. Yes, Hezbollah is Shia, but even Shiaism is being declined. Most of people in Iran, outside Iran, they don't believe much about Shiaism and about, Tashayyu Girai and so on and so forth. So Hamas, Haniya is the leader of Hamas who chair Taliban, who, embrace this mullah brother in Qatar, and he glorified Taliban. They said, you did a great job. We should following you. So they are a good example. Taliban is a good example for Haniya. Haniya basically betrayed Tajik, Hazara, Uzbek, our Khorasani, because they glorify Taliban actions. They sympathize, they support Taliban. So all these regimes are our enemy. And our enemy is being funded, supported by the Ayatollah Khomeini regime. Because me and you, we are well educated. Our common people, they don't know what they don't know. They just seeing, America won't destroy Iran. Let me to tell you, read history. Iran will never be destroyed by any force. Iran revived themselves in the past of several centuries against, many occupation and colonizations, include of Changiz, include of Alexander the Great, include of many forces. Iran revived because Iran has Hafiz Shirazi, Iran has Ferdowsi, and has Kurosh, Dariush, and many other scholars, and everyone salute them. No one can destroy Iran. And opposite, Iran will be an open society, will be a permissive society, will be a democratic society, will be open from all people. They come and explore Iran. They understand the beauty and nature of Iran, and they come and invest in Iran. Iran will be so vibrant country. Imagine Dubai. Imagine Qatar is a very small desert. So you can see they improve so miraculously, so titanically. What about Iran? These are part of Iran, Khalij Fars, we can say it. But you see, everyone wish to go Qatar and Dubai, and everyone is escaping from Iran. Everyone wish to go outside of Iran. I have a lot of friends from Iran, both, pro-regime, against regime. And I study with them, and I did business with them, and I live with them, and still I have a good connection with Iranian people. They're suffering. They cannot tolerate this regime. That's why they defected. They're escaping. And they are well-educated people across the world. So we should blame the regime. We should put the saddle on the right horse. We shouldn't blame our people. We shouldn't blame Iranian people, oh, they are terrorists, or they are this and that. They are purely the son of daughter of Kurosh the Great. They are the son of daughter of Hachameneshan and Sasanian. They are more, beautiful people. They are not terrorists. They are not troublemakers. They are ordinary, citizen. They fed up. They fed up, disappointed from the regime. So the impact of these all turmoil and dislocations and disaster has impact on regime and Taliban regime. Taliban regime are basically now ready for going, because we will go to Iran. We will open our political offices, and the Muqawamat forces are there, and the people are millions are there from Khorasan in Iran, and we can do something that will be beyond the calculation and imagination of Taliban. That's why we are worried, and we are extremely optimistic, and we are extremely positive, and we are extremely grateful what is going on in Iran, and we cannot wait the regime change, and we can move on in Iran, and we'll do our due diligence and our political, economical, and social proactivity to also get rid of these Taliban. What do you call them, Taliban?
Mhm. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your perspective on this issue. And you made some excellent points, because there are many people inside Khorasan who are feeling bad for the current Iran regime, because they're saying they're Muslim. But if we look at the actions they have taken against the people of Khorasan who are residing inside that nation, it's absolutely criminal. And it goes against all the human rights laws according to the Declaration of Human Rights. So the Iranian regime has taken advantage of all the misfortunate people from the nation of Khorasan. They use them for cheap labor. They use them for free labor. Okay, so it's not like the current Iran regime did wonderful things for the people of Khorasan. They did not. And also, you made some excellent points in regards to the political aspect of it, like how the Iran government they're supporting the Taliban. Why are they supporting the Taliban when they know for a fact that the Taliban are taking the rights of all the people who are of the Tajik or Iranian backgrounds and people of the Hazara backgrounds and other ethnicities? So why are they, supporting the Taliban? This is totally inhumane, and also, they are just doing whatever they want to do for their own political benefits, and they do not care about human life. So if we look at all those factors when it comes to the actions of the government of Iran, they should be ashamed of themselves. So absolutely, if there's an uprising at the moment and, the people of Iran who are living outside the nation of Iran, they want a regime change, as well as the people inside the nation of Iran for many different reasonings. I think it's a positive move. Perhaps maybe we're going to have a better neighbor. Perhaps we're going to have a neighbor who will be more compassionate towards our people. Perhaps it's going to bring some positive changes for us, for our Khorasani people inside the nation of Khorasan. So absolutely, so for the people who are defending the Iran government as Islamic, to be honest with you, the Islamic religion is about human rights, according to what I know about Islam and according to what Abdullah Ali Fayaq has studied about Islam. It's a religion where people have the right to choose for themselves. For example, like the nation of current day Turkey, everybody has a choice. That's an Islamic nation. But of course, there are different types of sects of Islam. People believe different things. But the Islamic religion has nothing to do with extremism. The Islamic religion does not accept extremism. So what's happening inside Iran is extremism. That's why people are running away, because people don't have the right to choose for themselves. People are forced to wear, the head covering. And it shouldn't be like that. People should have a choice. So at the same time, these mullahs inside the nation of Iran, they are making people hate the Islamic religion, because those people are under the impression that this is what Islam is all about, forcing people to do what they don't want to do. So there's a lot of factors, involved when it comes to this type of situation. But for us Khorasani people, Khorasani, British citizens, Khorasani Americans, what's important for us? We want a positive political shift inside the nation of Khorasan, as well as, we want, a better economy for our people. So our people are not suffering anymore. So our people don't have to go to the nation of Iran and be used for free labor or for cheap labor. Today, most of the infrastructures, inside the nation of Iran is built on the shoulders or on the backs of the people from Khorasan. And many of those people do not have any rights residing inside the nation of Iran. They don't have a voice. They're taken advantage of by the people, and they're forced to do whatever. And they are told that if you speak up, you're going to be deported back to Khorasan. So that's what's happening in Iran with this current government as it relates to the people of Khorasan. So for the people from Khorasan who are worried about the government of Iran and this and that, I hope we've provided you with some facts as to what's going on politically. The current Iran government is not on our side, on the side of the Khorasani people. the people who are suffering, the people who are Tajiks or Iranians, the people who are Hazara people, the people who are Uzbeks, etc. They are just supporting the Taliban government for their own political benefits. And I don't know what those political benefits are. So, those are some of the facts on the table when it comes to the nation of Iran. So, absolutely, Abdul Ali Fayaq, I think we need to have some conversations with the Iranian community who are living abroad and who are supporting this regime change. And we need to tell them that, we are supporting them as Khorasani people. And we understand them, and we understand where they're coming from in terms of their struggles. And when it comes to the Iranian identity, Iranian meaning everybody in that geography, people from the current day nation of Iran. As you had indicated, Iran is a multi-ethnic nation. There are many people of various ethnicities and races who are currently living in the nation of current day Iran. The other day, I saw some African Iranians. So Iran is extremely diverse. Not everybody inside the nation of Iran is an ethnic or an indigenous Iranian. There are people who are Turks. There are people who are, of other ethnicities. There are Black Iranians living in Iran. So there are many, many different kinds of, people who are residing in the nation of Iran. And many of their rights are being taken away from them for whatever reason. People do not have jobs. People are trying to escape, and the list goes on. So, absolutely, those are some very important points we are making about the nation of Iran and where we stand as Khorasani people. Would you like to add anything else?
دوستای گرامی، کسایی که سوال دارن به زبان پارسی میتونن باز بالا بیایند. دوستایی که میشناسی، اگر مرا ادمین بسازی، من یگان نفر میتونم بالا بیارم. بانوی خراسانی اگر هستی، بانو سویلا بیا، و دوستایش میشناسه. و دوستایی که پرسش دارن پیرامون البته جنجالایی که در ایران است و دیگه بحث‌های خیلی عمیق دیگه هم داریم و میتوانین که هست با زبان پارسی هم پرسش بکنین و ما و پرسش شما حتما پاسخ میتیم. و کسایی که میشناسی بانو ایمی بیار بالا و کسایی را که نمیشناسی مرم که هست میتونی که هست ملازم اتاق جور بکو و بعد از اون من میتونم که بعضی از دوتا را که هست اینجا بالا بیاریم. در مورد آجی صاحب و مایل دیگه دوستا، ما از طریق یوتیوب خراسان انترنشنال لایف هستیم. دوستایی که ندارن تیک تاک میتوانن این لینک برای خراسانیان و ایرانیا و دیگر تاجیکستانیا و همچنین از طریق فیسبوک عبدالعلی فایق ما لایف هستیم. دوستای عزیز، عبدالعلی فایق فیسبوک هم لایف هستیم. براحتی میتوانین از طریق فیسبوک هم ما را بیننده باشین، چون تیک تاک در داخل خراسان نیست، در ایران نیست، در پاکستان جنجال داره، قلف شکن باید داشته باشین و شما ما را میتوانین از طریق فیسبوک خراسان فیسبوک عبدالعلی فایق و یوتیوب خراسان انترنشنال از زنده و لایف ببینین و پرسش خدا که هست مطرح بسازین. regarding دوستایی که با زبان پارسی میتونن پرسش بکنن، بانو ایمی هم میتونه خوب صحیح فارسی گپ بزنه و خوب بیشتر از همه دیگه که هست میفهمه، چون امروز ما گفتیم که به زبان انگلیسی باشه و این ریکورد میشه برای انگلیس ها، برای کسایی که انگلیسی نمیفهمن، آلمان ها، فرانسوی ها، عرب و عجم، هر کسی که فارسی را نمیفهمه. Yes, as you mentioned regarding, divergent facts and figures and fabrics. So there are a lot of reasons and rationalizations between this uprising, and we don't know much about it. And our advice for our Khorasani people to either be specialized about this area, to raise your voice, or to just be, just watch what is going on, because we honestly don't know what is going on in Iran. As Iranian, they don't know what is going on in Khorasan. Imagine when Irani come and say, oh, the regime of Taliban are good because they brought, peace and tranquility. But we know that peace and tranquility does not exist. So exactly, that's a normative judgment that we make. So we need to be very vigilant what we are saying and what we are, doing. So we need to be, so vigilant and so impartial and so neutral when it's come to Iran. And unless if your expertise, you study about Iran and Iranology, and you are an Iranologist, and you also have some books, some articles, and that's why political issues, yeah, you can. But we shouldn't basically, blaming the people, and we need to support people. There's no doubt now people are there. There's no doubt that no one can stop people. Even God forbidden, they are not be succeeded, but tomorrow they will. Tomorrow they will. Because now this is a global issue now. All eyes are on the prize. You go to any social media, any blue chip companies, any other big corporations, they are talking about Iran. They are talking about regimes. Even the president Pezeshkian. Anyway, I like Pezeshkian. I personally like and respect the president of Iran. I don't have any issue with him, but he has no authority. He has no authority, Pezeshkian. But Pezeshkian being basically, used as an apparatus to achieve their greediness. Nothing. He's just a symbol of fiqhism or clergism or Ayatollah Khomeini regime, nothing else. So that's why I personally very optimistic, very very happy. When the regime collapse, I think I will be the first person from Great Britain to travel to Iran. This is my plan, and because now I can travel freely to Tajikistan. Imagine now we have a country free, democratic. I know there's a lot of issues going on. There's a lot of nepotism. There's a lot of disorders, and a lot of greediness and corruption is going in Tajikistan. But the people of Tajikistan are happy. They have freedom. They have a very, very, nice and very kind-hearted people, president Imam Ali Rahman. So imagine a similar country we have in Iran. How you feel? You feel great. Now, American citizen like Amy cannot travel to Iran. When she travels as a Persian, as an Iranian, and she will be investigated by the borders, police officers say, why you went to Iran? Imagine, this is a disaster, ladies and gentlemen. You need to understand our side as well. We cannot travel to our land. We cannot explore, the beauty and glory of our ancestors. This is a disaster. So that's why, please, okay, 40 years. What the regime gave you as a Khorasani? I'm asking you. Some people are very, very concerned about the regime change. 40 years. What the Khomeini regime gave you to as a neighbors? What they gave? Nearly 2.5 million Khorasani being kicked out recently, last year, this year, from Iran. How they deal with them, how they expel them. Have you seen? Have you noticed that? So we basically dealt with a second class citizen in Iran, as Dr. Emmy said. I don't know why you are so gloomy, why you are so worried. Being, the remaining the regime of Akhandism is the benefit of Taliban. It's a milky cow for Taliban. Do you want to this regime exist? That will be so dangerous for us, and the Taliban will become more powerful. You need to be political, ladies and gentlemen, please. Any regime will come. No one can occupy. Iran will remain, will live forever, and has survived for so many centuries. Arabs, they survive. Great Britain, they survive. French, they survive. Russia, they survive. So many regimes came, Iran survived. But now Iran is gone, ladies and gentlemen. Iran has been shrunk, limited their borders, calling regime, Iran regime, Iran regime. Where's the civilization of Iran? Persia has been misused by the regime. Where's the beauty? We need to be so open, ladies and gentlemen. We need to be so big to think big. Now we say Iran regime. Iran regime, that's it. Where is the production of literature? Where's the production of all those glories and beauties? Only Tashayyuism has been so increasingly publicized and advocated. And there's a lot of propaganda about Ali, Sher Khuda, Muawiyah did this one, Yazid this one. They're talking about 1,400 years ago. How long this regime exists and live with this propaganda? Sunni is my enemy. They are going supporting where Shia were in Lebanon. For God's sake, anywhere they find Shia and they are going helping them, weaponize them. Hutsi, they are a pocket of Shia in Yemen. Why they are not comprehensively then supporting Yemen as a government, Lebanon as a government, Syria as a government, Palestine as a government? No, where there are their benefit, and that's why they are focused. And we know that as a politician. Okay, why they are not helping all Khurasani people? Why they are not supporting Muqawamat? Muqawamat proactivity has been prevented from the regime and said you cannot do any political proactivity. How many of our personality and character has been assassinated in Iran? Recently, one of the top leader has been assassinated by the Taliban. They never raise anything. Imagine how many other people, anonymously has been murdered. We don't know. Why you worry? Khurasani people, why you worry? Please deal with your own situation. Deal with the Taliban who tantalize your people, who destroy your everything, your literature, your beauty, your civilization, your language. Everything has been changed now, become organized. You worry about your country, ladies and gentlemen. Why you worry about Iran? تو کار زمین را کجا ساختی که بر آسمان ها بپرداختی؟ You have a lot of you are in a black hole right now. Think about yourself. Think about your freedom. Think about the misery that Taliban brought to you. Free yourself. Forget about Iran. Forget about Iran. Iran will survive. Iran will be governed because they are well educated. I don't have any concern about Iranian people. Most of people, they are PhD, master. They're all graduate. They know. They are so patriotic. They love their country, not like you. How many of our people, 17 million, did we expelled? We escaped from Khorasan. But they are resisting 40 years on a perpetual fashion. They never stop. Every day they are protest against the regime, even inside Iran and outside of Iran. What about you? Deal with your own problem. solve your problem. You need to fight with the Taliban to kick them out, to bring the freedom for people. Please don't talk. Honestly, I'm not able to talk because I don't want to talk about Iran, because there was a lot of pressure on me. Ali, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Let me think about what I said yesterday. And I'm saying with Dr. Emmy today and tomorrow, I'm not talking about Iran, because now my priority is Khorasan. We have a national uprising in Khorasan. We want to make free Khorasan. We want to make free our people. In Iran, there's a lot of freedom. People, at least they can go to the street. You cannot go to the street. Our women has been put in their homes. They are in a prison. Our women are prisoners. Our young are in prison. So this is very important. We need to talk about our country, Khorasan. Our city, Badakhshan, Takhar, has been looted by Afghans, being looted by the Taliban, being looted by these jokers. We need to talk about Panjshir, how much money has been, exported, and how many mines are being exploited. By who? By Chinese companies, by Chinese illegal companies, by Afghans. Haji Bashir Nurzai Gandhari. We need to talk about these issues. Taliban gone. Taliban will be gone, period. And this is another beauty, good news, that there's a destabilizations in Iran. That's for our benefit. For our benefit, this is a golden chance for us to seize, to kick Taliban out of power. And that's why you need to pray that Iran be free. The freedom of Iran is the freedom of us in the region, collectively. It's not about us only, about so many other countries. Believe me, no country wants expansionism, war. This is war of economy. This is war of, technology, innovation, finance, Wall Streets, New York, London, and Tokyo war. That's stock marketing war. Honestly, hands in my heart, no one can attack any other countries. This all, a psychological war and a Cold War has been always. But now, when the Iran regime collapsed, and I promise you, we will live in a better life. At least we as a Khorasani. I don't know, some people are now very, very gloomy and sad. What is going on? Oh, America wants to collapse. America doesn't want to collapse. I know that. America does not want the regime collapse. Ayatollah Khomeini collapse. No. Even Israel politically doesn't want the Ayatollah Khomeini collapse, because they will go out of business. Remember that. Great Britain, they don't want, because they installed Imam Khomeini. They brought Imam Khomeini to power in 1979 with a charter airplane, landed in Tehran. This country what I spoke about. It's not about other people. It's not about other politicians. It's not about the stakeholder. It's about the people, the Iranian people. We need to respect them. Watch out how many people are now in a cold weather, in 100% risk. They are out and they're chanting for what? For freedom. For freedom of speech, for freedom of movement, for freedom of what? Belief, for freedom of economy. Nothing else, brother and sister. Understand this. They don't want anything. They don't want power. They don't want positions. They don't want to be millionaires. They don't want to have second and third wives like Arabs, like Taliban's, Afghans. They want only, merely, only and only freedom. Go in there. What is their chanting? What is their slogans? Read about it. They say we want freedom. Do you think only Muslims are living there? Do you think only one ethnicity living there? Because you study wrong there in the history. Go and read history. Iran is being governed by so many ethnicity because Iran occupies so many lands and they give them autonomy and freedom. And that's why they are part of Arami, Arab, Kurd, Lur, all these ethnicity become part of Iran. They are so proud to be Iranian. They are so proud of their civilization because they are a generational ethnicity. It's not about today and yesterday. But those are Kurdistan. I have a lot of Kurdi friends. Kurdistani people, they are chanting for their freedom as they chant in Syria. They have a right. Of course, they have a right, as we are chanting for our freedom. Oh, Kurd, yeah, but Kurd is part of Iran. If you don't like it, because you don't know Iran then. Oh, Baluch, but yes, Baluch is there. Baluch exists. Baluch contribute. Baluch are a lot of Baluch. They are in army. They are in administrations. They participate. They contribute economic. They have a right to resist. It's not about we. It's about them. Do you think in America is one ethnicity? Hunud al-Humr? No. Do you think in Great Britain is only English? No. That's called multiculturalism. Multiculturalism playing so important roles in Australia and in New Zealand, in India, and America, and Great Britain, and France, and many other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to be open-minded first, and second, don't worry. Donald J. Trump said these words, don't worry about America. He said, don't worry about America. Don't worry about Iran, Khorasani people. Worry about your country. Worry about your country. Iranian, they are doing excellent. Now every European country is being occupied by the Cross-Cyrus flag. Germany protest, UK protest, not in London and Birmingham. Go there in Manchester. That will be expanded. And France, there is. And Spain, there are demonstrations. Every part of the world, the Iranian civilized people, they came and they're chanting for their rights. They're raising their voice. Imagine one Iranian guy in London, he just claimed and hoisted the flag of, Cyrus the Great in an Iranian embassy in London. There was a lot of police agencies, metro police officers, detective, but they couldn't hold him. He climbed there and he hoisted the flag of what? Modern Iran. You cannot stop these people, ladies and gentlemen, because they have concern, they have resentment. They lost a generation. They lost a generation based off nonsense, based off clergyism. So we need to respect other people. We shouldn't interfere in the affair of Iranian people if we can help them. Otherwise, we need to shut our mouth and be silent. That's all I can say so far about Iran.
Absolutely. You make some excellent points. It's all about human rights. And for our Khorasani people who are listening, we are taking the side of justice. We are taking the side of human rights. There are a lot of political factors involved here that many people are not aware of. So Abdullah Fayyaq and I, we are academics. My background is in political science pre-law, and Abdullah Fayyaq also, his master's, he's earned it in the same field. So we are analyzing the situation from the perspectives from the perspective of academia. We're not giving you guys our opinions about what's happening inside the nation of Iran at the current time. But we stand on the side of the people who are being stigmatized, who are having their rights taken away. Nobody should be living that way. It makes me sad when I see young people, not only in the nation of Iran, but all over the world, including from the nation of Khorasan, who are losing their lives because they did something very naive. And as a result, the government executed them. It doesn't make sense, does it? It's not realistic. Why would a government take away a young person's life for raising their voices? So absolutely. And the Iranian diaspora who are living outside the nation of Iran, they are well organized, you guys. They are extremely wealthy and highly educated. So they are taking care of themselves very well. So for the people from Khorasan who are worried about the nation of Iran and what's going to happen there, we need to worry about ourselves, as Abdul Ali Fayaq had indicated, because we are the voiceless. We are the unorganized. We are the ones who need to organize. We need to learn something from the Iranian community who are residing outside the nation of Iran. Most of them are highly educated. Most of them have big businesses. So, but when we compare them, their community with our community, the Iranian or indigenous Iranian community of Khorasan and other ethnicities, it's a long way for us. We need to unite. We need to come together. We need to fight for the same cause as the Iranian people are currently doing. And I have faith in the Iranian people. They're highly educated people. They can take care of themselves. I'm sure they're not going to do anything stupid. They're highly civilized people. So what is the mullahs or the imams inside the nation of Iran, what are they afraid of? Are they hiding something? I personally consider the current regime inside the nation of Iran as extremely corrupt. Yeah. From their track record related to what they're doing against the Khorasani people and the Khorasan nation. Okay? So all of you people from Khorasan who are concerned, etc., worry about yourself. Go educate yourselves. If you're living in a Western nation, go take some courses at a community college. If you have younger children, be a good parent to them. Encourage them to do good in school so they can become something. Okay, so we have a long way to go when it comes to our community, when it comes to the Khorasani community. We have a long way to go. And from the comments over here, this is proof, okay? We don't see many productive comments. People do not have any respect for educated people. Everybody is just, writing something without thinking about it. This shows you how uneducated our society is, my dear friends. So yes, we need to worry about ourselves. We need to work on ourselves. And for the people who haven't recovered from trauma related to war and conflict inside the nation of Khorasan, I highly suggest that you go seek some help. Go to a psychologist, go to a psychiatrist. Please get some help because it's not good, it's not positive, it's not productive, and it's not. You're only destroying yourselves. Okay, so we as a Khorasani community, we have a long way to go, you guys. We have a long way to go. We need to educate ourselves. So thank you so much, for that discussion. Should we go to the next topic?
تالیا ما ادمین نشدم بانو امی نمیفهم چرا فولی ادمین ما فولی ادمین نشدم یعنی من کسی را بالا بزنم.
Okay, let me see.
دوستای عزیز میتونین این لایف شریک بسازین. کسایی که پرسش دارن به زبان پارسی یا به زبان انگلیسی حتی به زبان عربی، من اینجا آماده هستم و چیزای بسیار مهمی که پیرامون ایران قرار به صحبت بکنیم و منفعتی که برای ما خراسانی ها داره و ایران رژیم صفاک افغانیسم و طالبانیسم که از کمک داره. سقوط رژیم ایران خیلی برای ما مفید است که افغان و افغانیسم برای همیشه سقوط خواهد کرد. حالا افغانیسم و طالبانیسم که در زیر قفا و قبا و هبای آخوندیزم که از پنهان شدن و از اونجا که از موتر شلیک میکنن. سفارت ما معاوضه شد، مصادره شد. عکس قهرمان ملی ما که از دیوار سفارت پایان شد. مقاومتی ها که از بیشترشان کشته شدن و بیشترشان تبعید شدن و بیشترشان اخراج شدن و بیشترشان که از به جنگا فرستاده شدن و بیشترشان به شکل وساب اجیر گرفته شد و جنگ‌های سوریه و این جنگ‌ها که از فرستاده شده. خیلی خیلی که از این رژیم برای ما حتی کرده، خیلی بی‌حرمتی کرده و خیلی که از وساب زیان رسانده. ما و شما بیشتر نمیفهم، خصوصا مردمی که آمس نمیفهمه که این رژیم در حق مقاومتی هایی که رفتن چه کار کردن و چقدر از این مقاومتی ها را پس به طالبان در مقابل چیزایی که از اینا معاوضه کردن. شما این گپ ها را نمیفهمین. یک روز ان شاء الله میدونین که رژیم آخوندیسم چقدر طالبان کمک کرده. سال 2012 من تمام اینا را به زبان انگلیسی برای مردم گفتم که کسایی که زبان میفهمن. امیدوار هستیم که صحبت های ما را ریکورد بکنین و این را که از همگانی بسازین. که مردم خراسان افغان بسیار پریشان هستند. افغان ها سالها که از ایران بد گفتن، سالها در مقابل زبان پارسی ستیز کردن. حالا که از منافعشان در خطر است، منافع طالب ها در خطر است، حالا افغان ها دیگه از این رژیم شب روز ختم قرآن میگیرن که سقوط نکنه. اینا خوش به این نیستن که رژیم اگر سقوط بکنه طالب سقوط میکنه. اگر نه سالها همیشه افغانیسم، افغانیت که است در مقابل زبان پارسی استادگی کرده و خصومت کرده و لنگاری کرده و براندازی کرده. و حالا ما یک بحث هم داریم پیرامون لوحهایی که افغانا به زبان افغانی ترجمه کردن. خصمانه هست، دشمنشانه هست و خیلی کودکانه و کودنانه هست که افغان اونمو چهره کثیف و پلیت خود که است نشان داد به جهان که است چقدر خصومت پیرامون زبان پارسی داره. دوستایی که میخواین با زبان پارسی پرسش داشته باشن بیان بالا، هیچ مانعی هم نیست و کسایی را که ما میشناسیم بالا میاریم دیگه. به هر روی است. Go ahead. I think we need to go to the other topic. We move.
علی جان خواستم خودتا ادمن جور کنم ولی نمیفهم چه قسمی. بفرمایین.
Still I'm not admin امی جان. مرا نتونستم.
گرامی دکتر ایمی عزیز، صحبت های آلمانی شما رو شنیدم. برای تمام دوستانی که در پایین لایف هستن
یک لحظه اما اینجان یک لحظه سر نام ما برو، فقط کلیک کو اونجا نوشته است که add as an admin. So just there and all these take notes.
کلیک میکنم. Okay, I'm clicking on your name عبدالعلی فایق. ما دیجا دستار نامت دیجا ادمن نگفته. دستار نامت کلیک کنم؟
بله سر نام اینجا کلیک کو، بعد از اونجا برات کس انتخاب آپشن میده.
اوکی سر نامت کلیک کردم دیجا ولی دیجا سیتا little dots است next to your name. سر dots کم کلیک میکنم. دیجا گفتم manage moderator access. You want me to go there? Okay. سر ازی که کلیک میکنم با خودت همه چیز access دادیم.
گپ نیست، مشکل نیست.
I've given you.
Okay. شاید یک بار ما پایان بیام باز بالا برم شاید let me to go back and come back.
Okay. Okay. بفرمایید بزرگوار همایون گلزاری.
امی عزیز باقی دوستان در پایین لایف انشاءالله جور صحت باشه. این صحبت که استاد گرامی کردن و شما با انگلیسی بود، من انگلیسی بلد نبودم، اما حرفایی که میگم از خود چیزایی که در فکرم میگردن. وقتی که یک 80 میلیون نفوس در روی آرزوی تبدیل چنج رژیم داره، این خواست مردم ایران بر حق است و بر حق میدانیم باید از این تغییر رژیم باید شد. برای از اینکه اینا 80 میلیون نفوس در تمام شهرهای ایران مظاهره کردن، آمدن در روی خیابان، زیادتر از 2 هفته شد. بسیار واقعا من از این بابت بسیار پریشان هستم که مردم ایران در اونجا همین مواد غذایی چه رقم رسانی میکنن، چه رقم برای رسیدگی میشه و آیا دنیا ایرانیایی که پولدار و سرمایه‌دار هستن آیا به اینا چیز کمک میکنن، تجهیزات یا خوراکی، یا که این رژیم بیرحمانه میتونه شلیک کنه برایشان. قراره که امروز شنیدم که 500 نفر شهید شده، طول بالاتر از 2 هفته شد. برای من بسیار دردناک بود. ایرانی ها یک وجود مثلا هموطن مثلا واقعا که من درد میکشم اینجا، همونطور که از ملت فارسی زبان خراسان درد میکشم، همونطور از ملت ایران واقعا ما یک مردم هستیم، یک فالک هستیم، ما درد میبینیم از اینجا. واقعا دردناک است که برادر ایران ما هر روز بالاتر از 2 هفته شد. امیدوار هستم ایرانیایی که در خارج هستن صدای من رو میشنوند به داد مردم برسد. این موقعی هستن که منتظر نمانند که تا دیگه مردم راکت بفرستن برشان از بیرون. خودشان هر کاری که میکنن از پول و دارایی که تیشان اگر بخواهید تغییر چنج رژیم بیه باید از کمک کنند مردم. در این حالت ایرانی ها رو که در بین ایران هستن تنها نگذارن. این مبارزه شما که در خارج هستید، در امریکا هستید، در اروپا هستید، این وظیفه هر ایرانی است که پولدار هستن به عد کافی باید از استاد شوند، از پول خود تیر شوند. بر کدام روز به درد میخوره اون پول. آرزوی من بیست، خواهش من بیست از مردم ایران که همرسانی کنند در ایران، تجهیزات کمک کنند، هر کمکی که دستشان میاد که از خود دفاع کنه بتونن. جهان سپاس هستید.
بله ممنون.
بفرمایید.
بله امی گرامی، از خود اکانتم پرایوت است.
صدایتان میوت است.
بله یک لحظه. بله گفتم از خودت اکانتت که است پرایوت است، تا کسی در لیستت نباشه این لایف کس دیده نمیتونه. یکی دوم دیگه حساب ادمینم من نیستم که دوستا را اینجا بالا می آوردم. خیلی گپ نیست، باز در برنامه بعدی اینا را کلش سرش کار بکن. بفرمایید دیگه سوال دومتانه. سوال دیگه
فکر من اکانت ما private نیست. It's not private anymore. فکر من or maybe it is. بسیار زیاد میبخشین. Yes, usually before live می آیم اکانت as private میکشم. But I think this time I forgot. You want me to go back and then come back?
No, go ahead.
سوال من بود دوستان گرامی که ایرانیایی که در خارج هستن آیا کمک دارن، کمک میکنن برای کسایی که تظاهرات دارن؟ این بالاتر از 2 هفته بسیار دردناک است که تمام مردم ایران در جاده ها ریختن، در خیابان ها ریختن، همه این کارها رو ویل کردن. آیا همرسانی میشه؟ اینا کمک میشه یا نه؟
بله خیلی زیاد کمک میشه. مردمی که در خارج است در سراسر کشورهای اروپایی و جهان فعلا مظاهره و راهپیمایی ادامه داره. بسیار به شکل گسترده در تاریخ ایران این گونه مظاهره ها تالیک است، بی‌نظیر بوده. مردم ایران بیدار شده و مردم ایران حق خود از گلون این رژیم سفاک آدمکش آخاندیزم طالبانیزم که هست میگیره. Go ahead to the next questions.
Okay, of course. Yes, so the next question that I think we should talk about and discuss is related to the banners.
John.
The banners inside the nation of Khorasan. Currently, as many of us are aware, the Taliban are changing the banners all over the nation, all over Kabul. They're adding Pashto translations, and sometimes those Pashto translations does not make any sense at all. So people are a little bit, people are very much frustrated and confused at what's going on. But if we look at the track record of the Afghan governments prior to the Taliban, this is something that they were often engaging in previously, where they were going in the northern regions and they were changing the names of different locations. So this is not something new. And so currently, that's what the Taliban are doing. And friends are taking pictures, people who are living inside the nation of Khorasan, and they're sharing it with other people on social media. So if you can please share your perspective on that.
Yes, about the, about the scratching the beauty face of Persian language, dislocation of Persian language, destroying of Persian language, is a plan go back to century. From 19th century, they try to destroy Persian literature, history, and language, but it backfired basically in the opposite. Russia, USSR tried to basically suffocate the Persian language in Tajikistan. 72 years, they prevented any Tajik from Farsi, to write and read and speak. All names, all cities, all characters and personality name has been converted to Russia. So Quran Karim, Khoja Hafiz, Saadi, Maulana, all these literature has been prevented in schools and mosques closed, and everything has been transferred and converted to Russia language. Even the alphabetic of Persian Farsi has been changed to Cyrillic, to Russia. And despite all those misery and tantalization, but the people of Tajikistan, and they did their best to not be disconnected from Farsi. And they try to revive and to survive, but they survive very well. And now, honestly, hands in my heart, Tajikistan become a hub for hope and for our glory. And they are doing very well. They're proud of themselves, they're proud of their history, and they're proud of their literature and glory. So a lot of schools has been now built, a lot of institutions and think tanks regarding to Farsi, and that had been expanded globally. And this is a great news, a great hope. And exactly that happened in Iran. And we have something called the domination of Arabs, or the occupation of Arabs, or the destruction of Arabs. When they came to Iran, they converted many names from Persia, from Persian, Farsi, to Iran. Ibn Qatada is not Ibn Qatada. Abu Muslim al-Khurasani is not Abu Muslim al-Khurasani. Abu Ali Sina al-Balkhi is not Abu Ali Sina. This all name has been changed. I think me and you reading the book, remember Iranian, Tajiks, Iranian of East, because of the position they lost, because of the pressure they had because of the, expulsion of their characters from Khorasan. That's why they converted their names to Abu and Abi in order to find positions, to get some jobs, to survive. So exactly, Arab did their due diligence. They couldn't. They failed miserably, and they couldn't resist Farsi because Farsi is a dynamic language. Persian is a dynamic civilizations. It is, nothing will stop them. Even the Ferdowsian said in Shahnama that Farsi as a language, nothing will stop it. Neither the storm, nor the rain, nor any power within or out. They can't. Having said that, Afghanism came and the cloth of colonizations, and we have called eternal colonization or eternal colonizations, that called Afghan colonization, and they came to the close of USSR, and they try basically to destroy Persian language and by supervision of Engineer Farhad, who exported the Nazism, idea and Hitlerism idea from Germany. He failed, as well as Mahmoud Tarzi, another jingoistic character who came from Turkey because he was expelled by Afghans, his parents basically, and his parent was living in Turkey, so he studied in Turkey. So he exported the notion of Turks young movement, and they converted to Turks, to Afghans young movement, Harakat Jawanan Turk. They they changed it to Harakat Jawanan Afghan. So the notion of Ataturk about Turkism, about nationalism, about jingoism, and they exported. And also Abdullah Habibi, one of the most corrupted and scammer in the history, our history, Abdullah Habibi, who is the writer of Put Khazana. And these people they basically did their best to destroy Farsi. Mahmoud Tarzi, and he said, no more Farsi in administration in our government on that regime. So 1 week, they prevent Farsi like Taliban did recently, because Persian language has a backbone, has a longevity, has a lot of things. But Afghani dialect or Afghani is not language, basically. We cannot, because there's no component that apply to be a language. I have disagreed with this Afghani language or Pashto language. As Dr. Noshna said, it's not a language, it's a dialect. Is a dialect that 65% of terminology and terms and phrase has been exported from Farsi. You can tell me in any words in Pashto, I can say the originality and the authenticity of these terms either go to Austai, or that goes to Gujarati, Hindi, or go to English, or go to Farsi. 65% is from Farsi. So this is not a language. Urdu is a mixture of so many languages, most comprehensively from Farsi. But anyhow, Urdu language has been dominated the world because they work on it. They work. There's a lot of scientists. There's a lot of philosophers. There's a lot of people work on Farsi, on Urdu. So now it become a global phenomenon. But in Afghani language or dialect, no one work on it. So that was exposed on us. That was imposed on us. So that's basically Mahmoud Tarzi, like imposed on our people by the force. If you are not taking any Afghani courses, you're fired. If you're working in administrations, you're fired. So you need to sign that you took some courses or you attended some classes in Afghani language. My parents, my father said this one. So many people who survived, and they can say this narrative. So by force, by hook or crook, you need to learn. No one learned. You cannot learn because your expertise in linguistic or language, at least your teacher, no one can expose, no one can force. You cannot learn by force. If I learn by force, I can take so many courses. So it's a voluntary, basically, process to learn some language. Why I learn Russian? Как дела? Normal, как жизнь? Что хочешь? Я люблю Russia. Я люблю, шашлик. Oh là là, c'est une jolie femme. Je travaille à Paris. C'est une jolie femme. I learned many language. By what? Willingly, enthusiastically. But why I didn't learn Awghani? Because it was forced by me. Anything forced, that will be rejected. So this Awghani language felt and felt and felt. All these dynasty, either they write in Farsi, they play in Farsi, they speak or spoke in Farsi, and they written their history, Courtian history in Farsi, include of all these, these kings and dukes and lords, all. So until Zahir Shah family, Zahir Shah nephew and niece, they couldn't speak a word of Pashto and Afghani, dialect. They couldn't. Why? Because this is not a vibrant, this is not a dynamic, this is not a language. Has no backbone, has no longevity, has no written textual. They are not textualized. They don't have text. So that is why what they do, they try it so many times. In Amanullah Khan period, in Zahir Shah period, and so many other periods, they try, but they failed. Why? Because there's a massive and so massive, resistance about this dialect. This is not our language. This is not our, it's not belonging to us. This is belonging to Pashtuns, other side of Khorasan, other side of border. Pashtunistan is not belonging to us. Pashtun language is not belonging to us. Pashtun language, Pashtunistan belonging to Pashtuns, other side of the Iran line. Pashtun language is being exercised in that border area and being developed in Peshawar University and institutions. I respect them. I have no hostility with this dialect at all. I respect Juma Khan Sufi when he wrote the book of, Farebana Tamam, Unfinished Deception, and so many other, resources. I respect this gentleman. But Pashto language is not Khorasan language. It is a family, under family of, Hind Farsi, but this is not for us. It's not. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen. This is not national language. This is not national language. Uzbek language is more vibrant and dynamic and resourceful than this Awani dialect. So if you don't have a history, you need to impose your history. If you don't have a language, you need to expose your language. If you don't have any glory, you need to make construct a community, construct an identity, construct a fake and phony language, and then you impose it. And that's why the Afghan, by the colonial power of Great Britain and Russia, they expose their dialect as a national language.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Somebody wrote here, I'm very sorry for interrupting you. Somebody wrote 75% population of Khorasan as Pakhtun. Whoever you are, that is false. So if
Emmy
you
John,
want to know the
Emmy
truth,
John,
yes, go ahead.
can you not read what people are writing? We need to focus on our conversation. Forget about the jokers. So you do need to
Sure, go
spend your
ahead.
time and
Sorry about that.
energy about these jokers. These are all Afghans, jokers coming here. These are doormats. We need to clean and go. We don't need to talk with doormats. These are doormats by Pakistan. Pak mekanem termeshing. So yes, exactly. You know what they did. They felt. They felt. So they have a mini manifesto. It is called Saqawi Dowum. In Saqawi Dowum, Samsura Awghan is the writer, anonymous. It's called Samsura Awghan. So in Samsura Awghan and Quran Pashatin, and that, that manifesto of Awghan, and they said we need to destroy the Persian language and the Persian history and the Persian, people. This is their aim. They couldn't do in many epochs and many, eras and regimes, but exactly they utilize Taliban, and they are now doing what they did in Mahmoud Tarzi epoch and period. So Taliban, another name of Khalqi. Taliban, another name of Shanwastanai. Taliban, and another name of who Amir Abdurrahman Khan. Taliban, and then or synonymous to who Mahmoud Tarzi. Taliban, synonymous to who? To Abdullah Habibi. Just they use the name of Taliban. There are a lot of Khalqi and Parchami and Tanai. And those Paktiawan and Khosti, now they are in a power, in a positions. They are destroying the humanity. They are destroying they are destroying stability. They are against, civilizations. They are against enhancement and improvement and innovation. Purely they want to expose, their dialect, their local codification of Pakhtunwali code on people in the name of Islam and in the name of, Islamiyat. So they promote Afghaniyat in the name of Islamiyat, but they failed. Recently, yes, they came, and that's called, they translated the names like Khair Khana. Khair Khana is so historical name, like Kabul, 1,000 years of history. Like مثلا شهرآرا،
Yeah.
شارایی مثلا Dekopag, and so on and so forth. Afghan came to translate. No need for translation. Afghan, Uzbek, Azara, Aimaq, English, British, French, Arab, Ajam, they know. Everywhere in the world, they know where is Kabul, where there is Dekopag. They know where is, another. You don't need to change the name. You need to change, the situation of people. You need to bring peace, tranquility. You need to bring innovations. You need to bring electricity. You need to bring, stability, peace for people. This is the last things Iran can, do these things. We don't need roads. We don't need Sarakai al-Qawi, high roads. No, we don't need these things. We need food. We need freedom. We need the freedom of speech. We need the freedom of movement. We need the media. We need, internet. So that's why they failed, but people are uprising against them. And a lot of women you see, and they raise their concern. There's a lot of, intellectual, they raise collectively against the childish, action that Afghan did about the translation of, historical name, and they put the translation the first. That's the ghulism. That's the ghulism of Afghan. They put the translation the first, and the real name and the second, and the third is English. I don't know that if you categorize it, the originality should be the first. Khairkhana. But why you put the Awghani above Khairkhana? It means, you try to change the face of our history and beauty and glory in our cities. You can't. Ancestor tried, they failed. So many other power tried, Mughal and Changiz tried, they basically failed so miserably. Russia, as many saw the forces try, they failed so misery. Now people are mocking and joking on them, and we get a lot of compensation from these forces. Remember this, Awghan, and remember the rest who contribute with you. This is a very childish and a very barbaric action you did, but you failed. And this another thing, that these Awghan, they did it, they failed, and they deny it. And they came and said, no, we didn't do this one. But this is, you can see that these people change it, translate it unnecessarily. So that's why, Dr. Emmy, yes, this unfortunately this thing happened, but our people are very vigilant. Our people are well educated. Our people are aware what is going on. We prevent them. We cannot and will not tolerate this misery, and we can defend them. And still, we are defending them. We're preventing them. It is just the beginning of the beginning. It's not the end of the beginning. Remember that people are now slowly but surely uprising, and inshallah, there will be a massive national Khorasan uprising in many other cities. We started, a few months ago, but we are working on it, and also about other miseries going on in Takhar and Badakhshan, about the looting the mines, and we will talk about these issues. So yeah, exactly, this is going on for our people who are outside of Khorasan. They cannot speak in Farsi. They don't understand Farsi. This is a bad news, but we need your help. We need your support to resist, to raise your voice against this darkism, jingoism, about Afghanism and Talibanism. So that's why we are suffering. They are not destroying basically only the fabric of our society, but they are now destroying the language has been, milky cow for Afghans for century. Afghan use Farsi, but now they are misusing Farsi. All their ancestors, they educated in Farsi language. Farsi language play a significant roles in Afghan nomads and gypsyism. But now they are destroying because they are namak haram. Afghan is namak haram, because they learn in Farsi, but what they are doing, they basically born from their mothers, and they are now abusing their mothers. Imagine now, your mother gave you a birth, they brought you up, they teach you, they educate you, but now you are against your mother and you want to, abuse your mother. Exactly how one did in Farsi language. Imagine Ahmad Khan Multani, who came from Iran, learned Farsi, and he became the king of Khorasan, and he wrote his Ahmad Shai, Tariq Ahmad Shai history. And what language? In Farsi. Imagine Amir Abdurrahman Khan, and he wrote his language. It was Taj Tawarikh. And what language? In Farsi. Where is it kept? In Lenin Library. What it means? It means you basically become educated in my language. Now you are destroying my language. This is absolutely against all laws and against all principles and against all international law. We need from international community as well, from other resources and institution, to stop these barbaric actions and to stop them, and our people as well. We need our people stand against these people, to stop them, and to support national Khorasan national uprising against Afghanism and Talibanism.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for providing that information. What's happening inside Khorasan at the current time is inhumane, to say the least. It goes against all of the Declaration of Human Rights laws, according to the United Nations. And one thing I've observed, there are many tourists who are going inside the nation of Khorasan to visit, and they are articulating with Persian-speaking people in the Afghani language. And, that kind of, makes me wonder, is there a false propaganda happening where these people are misinformed before they enter the nation? Are they told that the majority of the people inside the nation of Khorasan are Afghani speakers because they're speaking Pashto? And is that the reason why now they're trying to justify their misinformation to the international community by creating these signs to prove their point that yes, the Afghani language is the language of the majority inside that nation, which is 100% false? Sometimes, like when I see things, it just makes me wonder, why would you do that? Why would you waste time? Why would you waste resources when the majority of the people inside that nation are impoverished? They're selling their children. They're selling their body parts. Why are you wasting the money on these banners? Why are you wasting when it's not needed? When you know that the majority of the people inside the nation of Khorasan are, in fact, Persian speakers. As you had indicated the other day, 90% of the population, according to facts, are Persian speakers. And over 60% of the population are Tajiks or indigenous Iranians. And so to the Taliban, they live inside that nation. They're witnessing it each and every day. And why are they making these types of investments? Why are they wasting the money when they can give that money to some impoverished mother who is about to sell her child to a pedophile, to somebody who's gonna, perhaps exterminate or, kill that poor kid and do some bad things? Why aren't you giving that money to the poor people? You don't have money to be investing and changing signs. And for goodness sake, let's look at the area of Khairkhana. Khairkhana is a majority Persian-speaking area. Why are you putting an Afghani sign in Khairkhana? It doesn't make sense. It's like, it absolutely doesn't make sense. The only thing that comes to my mind is that they are trying to misinform the world. Like all these tourists who are coming inside the nation for different purposes. And, many of them are going around and articulating in the Pashto language when the majority of the people do not understand Afghani or Pashto language. So I believe there is a political aspect behind their actions. And it makes people like me, and I'm sure if we have an international audience who are listening, I'm sure they're like, what are they doing over there? People are starving and they are wasting money on these banners. I know they have to pay somebody to make those banners. Why are they doing that when it's not needed, when it's not necessary? Why are they investing their time and energy on things that the nation needs? Why? I'm going to answer my own question. Because they do not care. They don't care about the people. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about the land. And they don't care about anything in that geography. They're just there for whatever reason, which is linked to politics. So that takes us to our next question, Abdullah Faya.
Yeah.
The next question I would like to ask you related to how much the Taliban are careless about the land and the people of Khorasan. In recent days, we've been witnessing some video clips popping up on social media where some individuals are being executed by the Taliban in the, I believe, Takhar province, because they are standing up for their rights. So if you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, about basically about the mining, the mining issues, and how the Taliban looting basically the minings in Takhar, Badakhshan, and Panjshir. Let me to be very precise about this issue. There is a man, his name is Aji Bashir Nurzai. Aji Bashir Nurzai is a ruthless criminal, and also he is a Kandahari, and he was in Guantanamo Bay for 20 years. So he was exchanged by America's soldiers, and he is a very good friend to Mullah Omar. There's some noise, I don't know why.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the paper.
Yeah.
Please excuse me, go ahead.
Then he was a good friend to Mullah Omar. He is the richest man in Khorasan. He is a filthy rich, and all money basically he stole from Farsi, from Persian people, from Khorasani people, from Tajik people, unfortunately. So he gave a lot of machineries and a lot of resources and a lot of expertise in the past of 5 years. He invested in Badakhshan, and he destroyed basically many places in Badakhshan. You saw in clips, and we don't have any access, to informations, and that's why it's just 1 and 2 clips, and people are just posted. But there's a lot of distraction, environmental distractions, basically in Badakhshan. A disaster is going on. There's a many expertise, raise their concern about pollutions and about distractions in the environment, and so because all chemical is being used on those areas. So they basically looted professionally all the gold in Badakhshans. I give you a precise, facts and figures. 2.23 billions has been taken away from Badakhshan gold, and that's exported and transacted basically to Kabul and Kandahar, from there to Dubai, Moscow, and Qatar. So this Nurzai is a very powerful, Taliban leader, and they have a patrimonial system and a very local, leaders in Badakhshan, and they spend like about 2-3%, and the rest money is being in the pocket of Taliban. We said this one so many times, and we reported this so many times, but anyhow, people become vigilant and serious since 2023, and 4 more comprehensively, and 5 more profoundly, and now everywhere is the news that Afghans are looting the mining and the golds and emeralds and other precious stones in north of Khorasan. Some Panjshiris from Panjshir contact with me directly, and they said, Mr. Ali, why you are not raising the concern of emerald Zamared Panjshir? Because they looted as more than looted Takhar and Badakhshan collectively. So that is why we need to talk about Panjshir looting as well. So emerald is the most exquisite and most expensive, resources or natural resource, precious stones on the face of the earth. Emerald is more expensive than diamond. You know that. So that is why Now, when people uprised in Takhar, and we really appreciate and we really thank Takhari people, and also we encourage them, we support them, we stand by them so firmly, so strongly, and they problematize basically this theme. They put a bold questions beside this, why our land is being exploited and also looted by Afghans, and the world and the Khurasani people stand by and do and say nothing. So that's why this news has been, gone viral, and now it become basically a dominant narrative to every individuals. And we knew Afghan or looter, and we knew Awon or Qutaw Tariq, and we knew Awon or Tarajgar, and we knew that Awon are basically, this is their resources of income. So people are now become more aware, and people are now kicked out all illegal Chinese companies from the area, and they basically send a statement, and they basically send a waves of information that we protect our land. No one can play with our resources. 5 years you stole our resources, now we cannot tolerate it. And the good news is that Peking or Beijing or China, embassy, they sent a statement in Kabul, embassy, and that was, we disseminate this one in our our social media, and they said, we ask all Chinese citizens immediately, they use this terminology, immediately they evacuate Takhar and Badakhshan as swiftly as feasible. So this is why that was one of the most powerful statement that the China embassy in Kabul, just that's disseminated. That was a victory for our people. That was a victory. Now, no Chinese company, no Chinese illegal company is existing in Takhar in Badakhshan, thanks God. Having said that, and also the Takhari, they kicked out Afghans companies, they destroyed, they burned many tents and machineries and many other facility in order to galvanize the situation. And that was another glory, another story, and another good news for our people. And still the fighting is going on, because the power of media is the end of the end of Afghans. So we don't have access to information. That's why a lot of Takhari people, they being killed, unfortunately, and a lot of people are in prison, but they couldn't prevent. Still the war is going on, and that empower people inside Badakhshan. And the Badakhshani people also become more vigilant and more, resourceful, and more, become more stronger. And that wave's also gone to Panjshir. And the Panjshiri miners now, they rise. And they say, yes, we need to be our voiceless voice. We are being also tantalized and traumatized and brutalized and criminalized by the Afghans. You need to raise our voice as well, because our local indigenous, mining system is being exploited by Afghans. Kandaris and Helmandi coming from south, not merely, their expertise, but with their machineries and with their, human resources, everything being occupied and dominated by these jingoistic Afghans and looters. So now
The good news, now people are fighting in these three areas, either fighting, physically, either fighting them, by social media, or either, they are fighting. So this is the great news. Is that enough? No. So our moral responsibility as Khurasani citizen outside of Khurasan, we need to disseminate their voices, their news, their achievement, their concern, their questions, and what exactly going on. Because media, that playing a significant roles to scaring and to put Taliban on their places. So that's why they are so scaring from who? From women movement and from media, as I said yesterday. So that's why we need to raise our concern. We need to talk, in our shows about the exploitations and about looting our minds by Afghans, by Haji Bashir Sherzai, by Taliban, by ISIS, and by other dark forces, because that's our right. Imagine someone is coming in California and your home, they are looting your home and you watching. That's your intellectual property is being destroyed. How will be your reactions? Of course, because that's my furniture, that's my resource, that's my all belonging to me. You have no right to looting my home. So this has now become a holy shrine for our people. That becomes so sacred to our people. That's why there's a gentleman, and he says something very powerful. This is a jihad. This is a holy war against looter and against people who exploit our natural resources. But I'm so optimistic. I'm so happy. I'm so positive, and I'm so pragmatic about what is going on, and we are contribute with them. And you can see a lot of news we disseminated in a lot of talk show we produced, and also we produced two formal, statement both in Farsi and English. We glorify the action of Takhar and Badakhshan people, and also the statements in English. Our team, they prepared this one, and we send it in so many institutions who are protecting the mining, labors across the world. And we raise our concern that what exactly going on is a pure criminality, it's a crime. So we have two crimes, or international crimes in the world. We have genocide and we have ethnocide. So Afghan are perpetuating both crimes: genocide, as they kill our people, and ethnocide, they exploit, and also they basically destroy our natural resources and our language, as I said before, the translation of some names in Afghani language. So I can say these things, and inshallah if someone has question in Farsi, and we are here to address. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. I would like to add something, and then we will take some questions. This unfortunate.
درود بر شما
Yes, welcome.
مکتب عزیز و بانی گرامی ایمی.
تشکر بسیار زیاد از اینکه بالا آمدین. Thank you so much. I just wanted to add one thing to what you stated about these looters. They're taking all the natural resources from our nation. This has been happening for many decades now, so it's not something new. It was happening under the Afghan royal families. During that period, they were doing the same thing, taking out all the natural resources and stealing them. And the same thing was happening during the communist period, where the Russians were very much involved and engaged in this type of actions in regards to our natural resources. And now, with the Taliban. So the Afghan government, they've always been involved with stealing the natural resources from our nation and either selling it under false identities or false nationalities or identifications to the black market, where they were mislabeled. Why did they sell it under false labeling? Because they do not want the world to know that there is an indigenous Tajik or Iranian population residing inside the nation of Khorasan, which makes the majority of the people inside that nation. That's why they had involvement in the mislabeling of all these artifacts, all these natural resources, etc., which were basically sold in the black market. And of course, in regards to all the natural minerals, I'm sure at the current time, I'm just assuming, I'm speculating, I do not have the facts in front of me, but I'm sure there are many people involved in stealing the natural resources from the nation of Khorasan. Because today there are very advanced technological gadgets, what have you, which can be used to take out these natural resources from under the ground. So that's something that I'm just assuming, I'm speculating. But on the surface level, we're seeing what's happening with the precious gems inside that nation, with these artifacts, ancient artifacts, and the minerals, and all the other important things from the nation, from that land. So yes, I just wanted to add that. انال اگر کسی که کدام سوال داره به لسان فارسی بفرمایید.
درود مجدد به شما بانو امی عزیز و فایق گرامی، دوستایی که صدای ما رو میشنوند. وقتی همگیتان بخیر. بسیار زیاد یک برنامه وزین، یک برنامه بسیار عالی، به خاطر از اینکه بیشتر برنامه ما شما به زبان فارسی است. خوب است که در رابطه با همچون مسائل بسیار مهم به زبان انگلیسی که زبان بین‌المللی است و اکثریت کشورها مردمشان به این دسترسی دارن، میفهمند، برنامه باید چی شود، تنظیم شود و دایر شود. بسیار عالی است. صحبت‌های فایق صاحب شنیدم، هرچند من انگلیسی مقدر زیاد خوب نیست، ولی متوجه بودم که بسیار نکات کلیدی را به او اشاره کردن. بسیار زیاد عالی. من یک سوال از فایق صاحب در رابطه با همین برنامه داشتم. اول خب نام نورزه اشتباه گرفتین فایق صاحب، فکر کنم شما شیرزه گفتین.
نه، نورزه. I know him for years.
بله، او چیز از نامش بشیر است، تخلص نورزه است.
نورزه، یا بشیر نورزه، حاجی بشیر نورزه. نه شیرزه، نورزه.
دقیقاً. من یا غلط شنیدم یا شما در حرفای میانیتان از پیشتان شیرزه شد به نظرم. خب به هر صورت سوال اصلی است که خب کانترکتورهای داخلی که متعلق به طالبان است به حد کافی زیاد هستند، در اونجا نام‌های مختلف دارن، اما این یک مافیای بسیار خطرناک است. یک مافیای است که وقتی که اینا طلا را چپاول میکنن، استخراج میکنن به قول خودشان، باز در بین چند تا کلانهای طالب و یا تقسیم میشه، ای باز قاچاق میشه به دبی و به جای دیگه که باز دفترهای دیگه از یاس به اونجا انتقال داده میشه. باز سیاسی و کشورها همچنان این پروسه بسیار یک پروسه بزرگ، یک تجارت بسیار عظیم است که کشورهای منطقه، سران سیاسیش البته دولت‌هایشان نه، اما سیاسیون در این حلقه شریک هستن. اینا مشترک از اونجا چپاول میکنن، میبرن به بیرون و این قدر یک گپ عادی هم نیست. به هزاران، به صدها ماشینری ها فعلا در تخار از یک منطقهش کشیدن، اما در چند منطقه دیگه هنوز کار از جریان داره، در بدخشان، در بغلان، در پنجشیر و در بعض قسمت های دیگه از کشور در سمت شمال طلا و برفک در بغلان مشخصا جریان داره. همین پروسه استخراج طلا و در جای دیگه بر علاوه طلا زمرد است، لاجورد است و دیگه معدنیات دیگه قیمتی، اینا به شکل غیر معیاری استخراج میکنن. نه کدام معیار ملی را در نظر میگیرن، نه کدام استاندارد بین‌المللی را در نظر میگیرن. فقط زمین از این رو به دیگر روی بکو، حفره را بکن، طبیعت خراب بکو، جیبای خود پر بکو، بگی و ببر فرار بکو. خلاص این قصه متاسفانه جریان داره. فایق صاحب، حداقل به این نهادهایی که در بخش محیط زیست چی دارن، اینا خو در بخش استخراج معادن همچنان یکی از پروتکل‌های ازیاست که باید نظارت بکنن در جاهایی که خلافی ارزش‌های محیط زیستی رفتار صورت میگیره. اینا باید چی خود داشته باشن. با وجودی که دفتر سازمان ملل فعلا در داخل کابل است، اینمی وضعیت نظاره میکنن. بجای از اینکه یک قطعنامه نشر شود یا نهادهایی که مسئولیت دارن برای از یا فشار آورده شود، جلوی تاراج ملی را، ثروت ملی را بگیرن، برعکس اونجا پول روان میکنن، دیگه میکنن. و میگم فایق صاحب، سوال ما مشخص همی که چرا حداقل ما و شما یا کسای دیگه ای که در بیرون از کشور هستیم یک نامه یک چیز ترتیب نمیکنیم در رابطه با این مسئله بسیار تکنیکی و مسلکی به این مسئله پرداخته شود و به می مراجع روان شود. همین کار باید ما و شما بکنیم. اگر نمیکنیم چه مشکل از دینیم اگر صورت نمیگیره؟ فکر کنم همین وقت هست که ما و شما باید یک اقدام عملی داریم میشه ما و شما انجام بدیم. بر علاوه از اینکه گپا را گفتیم، بیام به نظر من بسیار خوب است که حداقل کشورهای دیگه متوجه از چورچورکان و چپاول میشن که اینجا واقعا یک فاجعه جریان داره. بر علاوه حق زن، حق مرد، کار زن و آزادی‌های فردی، شهروندی، آزادی‌های مذهبی و اینی چور و چپاول و سرکوب این مسائل دیگه.
بله آریای گرامی، بسیار نقطه خوبی را شما اشاره کردین در مورد نهادهایی که ما باید برایشان پیام بفرستیم. اتفاقا من در صحبت‌های خودم به دکتر ایمی گفتم ایالات متحده خراسان حکومت دموکراتیک فدرال در تبعید، چون شنونده خوب داره. شما از یک پاور پوزیشن صحبت میکنین و بعضی نهادها چون اونجا ما لوگو داریم، بس نشان داریم و آدرسیا داریم، اونا مسئول و مجبور هستند که به ما پاسخ بگویند. اگر مثلا شما به شکل فردی بفرستین مجبور نیستن، این الزام آور نیست که پاسخ بگویند. به خاطر وقتی که ما میفرستیم یک کاپیش پیش ماست و او را ما میتوانیم در سوشال میدیا او را به حساب همگانی بسازیم و سمعت بعضی از نهادها را زیر پرسش ببریم، یعنی سهلنگاریشان زیر پرسش ببریم. به این دلیل هم که هست ما الحمدلله به 3 نهاد که ما الان نمیخوایم نامش اینجا بگیریم ما فرستادیم. البته یک نهادش که هست بسیار معتبر است که به حساب بخش امی معادن که هست، البته حفاظت از معادن میکنه، ولی خوشبختانه رژیم سابق البته اولاغستانی ها و این کشور قلابی که است عضو البته معادن جهان هم است، عضویت گرفته، یعنی جهان الزام آور است که است به اصطلاح کار را انجام بده و مداخله بکنه. ولی بدبختی در کجا بود آریای صاحب؟ بدبختی در این بود که اینمی 4.5 سال، اینمی البته 4 سال گذشته، مردم ما با وجودی که ما هشدارای دادیم، ما و شما خیلی صحبت کردیم و کسای آدمای بومی، ولی گوش شنوا نبود. یا مردم در داخل که از طالب که از بستاب قطعا کرد، یا مردم برایشان مهم نبود. مثلا زمرد، یک چند بار من زمرد گفتم که زمرد بولی غیر قانونی میشه و هم دوستا وطندارای خود من گفتم والا فاضل جان تو درباره این چیزا گپ میزنی، میفهمی یک ایراد گرفتن که نه ما از بدی‌ها و پستی‌ها و پلشتی‌های ما رو نباید بگوییم، ما باید کلی چیز اوکی بگوییم که والا بسیار ما این هستیم اون هستیم، ولی هرگز ما از اون فروگذاری هم نکردیم. مسئله بدخشان را چند بار گفتیم، مسئله اینا را چند بار گفتیم. اینمی نهادها را کی برایشان باید هست بگوید؟ ما و تو. اینا تو فکر میکنی در فکر طالب اونجا که هست میبلغه و میدزده هست، اینا 100 کار دیگه دارن. نه، امی وقتی که من تو برای من کشور ما به اهمیت باشه، زمین ما به اهمیت باشه، این ما تو متفاوت در مقابلش باشیم، اینمی تخاری و پنشیری و اینمی بدخشی به تفاوت باشه که سرزمینش گرفته می شود، سرزمینش که از به تاراج برده می شود، یعنی به حساب به 2.2 مثلا میلیارد دلار اینا که از یعنی به تاراج برده می شود. وقتی که بی تفاوتی نشان بده، خو همون نهاد میگه که مردم بی تفاوت است، ما چرا که از قصش باشیم؟ وقتی که مثل اینی مثلا مردم ایران وری که به صدها و میلیون ها انسان فعلا که از در خیابان ها، نه تنها خیابان ها در ایران بلکه در سراسر گیتی، در انگلستان در 5 ابر شهرهایش که از مردم جمع شده و فعلا هم جمع می شود. اینی رقم شما می توانید که از حادثه یا شتاب که از ایجاد بکنید. ما ان شاء الله کار دولتی خود انجام دادیم و ما امیدوار هستم که دکتر صاحب ایمی هم که هست ما برش روان میکنم، امی 2 استیتمنت و اونم بتونه مثلا یک ریسرچ خود بکنه که کدام نهادها خیلی حالا مهم است. حتی واتساپ هاشون شما پیدا کرده میتونین، ایمیلش و هر جای است شما میتونین سوشال میدیاشون پیدا بکنین و براشون بفرستین که این تو یک اتفاق نامیمون در شمال خراسان از نگاه محیط زیست و از نگاه مثلا کیمیکال کنجا استفاده میشه، همش غیر قانونی، همش پتکی، همش که از انظار عمومی دور است، فقط دزدی روان است. بله این کار ما کردیم، کافی است؟ نه، این کار باز ما میکنیم و از طریق امی برنامه که داریم از تمام مردم خود خواهش میکنیم، از تمام کسایی که به زبان فارسی میفهمن، به زبان انگلیسی میفهمن، به زبان عربی میفهمن، به زبان داچ میفهمن، فرانسوی میفهمن، نهادهایی که زی دخل در محیط زیست یکی و در مسئله معادن، یعنی حمایت از معادن در سراسر گیتی به اونا نامتون بفرستین، چه از نام خودتان، چه از نهادتان، چه بساب از حتی از طریق دولت ما اگر میفرستین که مثلا بگوین که ما یعنی هوادار ایالات متحده خراسان هستیم یا از طرف ایالات متحده خراسان، هیچ ماموریت مشکلی موجود نداره. ما شما را در این راستا که از کمک میکنیم. اینمی صداها قطره قطره باران به جوی، از جوی که از به دریا که از به طوفان تبدیل میشه. کارهای کوچک همیشه به اصطلاح نتیجه بخش بوده و من ان شاء الله آریایش این کار کردیم، مسئولیت که از گرفتیم، ولی کافی نیست. حتما بازم این کار میکنیم، بازم برای تیم خود حساب سفارش میتیم که ان شاء الله رحمان بخش محیط زیست ما بپوشانیم، با اونا هم یک پیام رسمی که به دیگر نهادها روان کردیم با اونا هم روان بکنیم. دیگر دوستا هم از شما هم تقاضا میکنیم، از تمام کسایی که ما را بیننده هستن خواهش میکنیم که از این کار بخیر انجام بدن.
Yes, absolutely. Currently, there are many different known and unknown organizations who are involved with what's happening inside the nation of Khorasan. So it's very important to know who they are, so we can engage and dialogue, or we can inform somebody about them that what they're doing is not acceptable. People's lives matter. Khorasani people's lives matter. And as our brother Arioi had indicated, when you destroy nature, bad things happen to that area. Sometimes you cannot grow things there anymore. You know, the land becomes, you cannot use it anymore. You cannot grow vegetables, etc. At the same time, you know, sometimes when people are digging too much under the ground, it creates these potholes. So everything goes underneath the ground, like whole cities. And sometimes in places where there's a lot of fracking taking place. You know, fracking is when you're digging under the ground to take out the natural resources, like what's happening inside Khorasan at the moment. That's what they're doing with those machines. They are fracking. They're digging underneath the ground. So when you do a lot of that, when you engage in those types of activities, what happens over time, it causes landslides, absolutely. And so many people inside those nations, they're living on top of hills, right? So if they're going to keep digging like this, what's going to happen? All their homes are going to fall down with the landslide. So it's going to destroy people's homes. And most of those people are impoverished as it is. They're living impoverished lives. But these Taliban and the individuals who are engaging in these types of activities, they don't care about the people. The people for them, I do not want to say this, but the people for them are like cockroaches that they want to get rid of. They don't care about the people. They just care about the natural resources and money so they can make billions of dollars. And, and that's what's happening now. These people who are fracking illegally inside the nation of Khorasan, they are making lots of money out of it. And nobody's there to tell them not to do it. Because at the current time, so many people internationally, like the United States of America, European nations, etc., everybody's so busy focusing on their own issues that they don't really care about what's happening to those unfortunate, people inside the nation of Khorasan. So the only thing we can do as a people, we need to raise our voices, what we're doing, and keep talking about this matter, not just in Farsi, but in English, which is an international language, which most people in the world can understand. So we need to have these conversations in English. And right now that we are having this conversation in English, I'm sure we have a lot of people who are listening in. People from, different nationalities, different nations, they're listening into the conversation, what's going on here. So for the people who are listening, and you are an American or you are a European, etc., we are talking about the human rights abuses currently taking place in the nation of Khorasan, which was named Afghanistan by the English colonialists in the late 1800s. So we're talking about all the human rights abuses that are currently taking place inside that nation, and nobody's talking about it. We don't hear it in the mainstream media. So, in a sense, everybody has turned their backs on these impoverished, war-torn people inside the nation of Khorasan. So thank you so much. And that can take us to our next topic, which is our national identity. We talked about the geopolitical aspect of it a little bit, in terms of politics and what's happening. Why were the Taliban placed there in the first place? Who put the Taliban in a position of power in the first place? And for what reason? For what purpose? So that can be a rhetorical question, because many of us, we know the answer. And, for the people who do not know, you need to go to the library, get some books, and start reading, because you need to learn about these issues which are taking place. So there's a lot of politics involved when it comes to what's happening inside Khorasan. But power is always in the hands of the people, you guys. And that's going to take us to the topic of identity. So why are the Afghan or Afghan people in power, or the Afghans who are currently living in America and Europe, why are they so upset that we have this movement currently taking place where we're saying we're not Afghan? Why are they so upset? Because as Abdul Ali Fayaq had stated the other day in his video, which I have posted in my TikTok, he stated that over 60% of the population inside the nation of Khorasan are in fact Tajiks or indigenous Iranians. So that makes the majority of the people. And unfortunately, many of those people are currently misinformed about their identities. Some of them are bullied by their family members. who are telling them, no, this is your identity, you're an Afghan, when in reality, that's not so. So currently, a lot of people, many people, or the majority of the people from the nation of Khorasan, they are misidentified in terms of their ethnicities. So if all of these people, if they learn about the truth in terms of their identity, they're not going to call themselves Afghan anymore or Afghan. And then what's going to happen? Then these people are going to start to realize that their rights are being taken away from them. Then they're going to join the cause. Because at the current time, most of the people are mislabeled as an Afghan. Most of the people from the non-Afghan ethnicities, from the Tajik background or indigenous Iranians, from the Hazara background, from the Uzbek, from the Turkmen, from the Nuristani, from all these various ethnicities who are non-Afghans, they are misidentifying themselves as an Afghan for whatever reason. Some of the reasons that I had indicated, due to misinformation, due to bullying by the Afghan community, etc. So if all these people come to a realization through this movement that we are currently involved in, that we are not Afghan or Afghan, that's going to be a powerful statement. Then all these people are going to rise up and stand up for their rights. And if all these people stand up for their rights, what's going to happen? They're going to take the power back. So that's why it's very important for these Afghan people, who are currently living in Western nations, or for some of them who are living inside the nation of Khorasan, to come on social media and lie about about the people who are not saying they're Afghan, they're being an ethnic nationalist, or they're being discriminating, what have you, etc. They're lying because they understand that if you know who you are and you know about your identity, you're going to be angry to see what's happening to your people, what's happening to your lands. Right now, they're hiding everything under your fake identity as an Afghan. Ma hamegi ma Afghan hastim. No, we are not. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ariesa. Ariesa, answer, please.
متعجز بسیار میگه بارو امی دیگه تو
Emmy is the top. Emmy is the top. Yeah, she knows profoundly who she is. Go ahead in English. Ariesa, go ahead in English. Say what you want. Why you are not Afghan?
Because I'm not Afghan. Because I'm Tajik. Because my root, I has a Tajik root, not Afghan root. It's absolutely clear, or not?
Yeah. Nadia, come. Nadia, come. Why you are not Afghan? Nadia, come up. Yes, Ariesa, you're absolutely grammatically, categorically, historically, you are absolutely bang on the top. You said it where you said it. Yeah, this is why if you labeling a Somalian to be Ethiopian, he will antagonizing you. He will rebelling you. He will fighting you. Because identity is not merely affiliating to individual, it's affiliating to anything exist in our world. Even the animal kingdom, elephant, has divergent with lion because they are two different animals' identity. Everything we have a pen, we have a knife, two identity, divergent identity we have. Forget about humanity. Forget about this one, because everything is based on understanding and identity. How I know you based on your character and personal identity. R-E is your name. Who gave you? Your parents. So I can connect with you based on your codification. R-E, because that's your personal identity. And we have family identity, Faiq. My family identity. Who gave this one? My mom and dad. Amy Hashemi. Hashemi is a family identity. It's not a personal identity. It's a collective family identity. Khurasani is a national identity. Tajik is an ethnic identity. So there are divergent and there are so many multi-facet, identity we can deal with. So when you're generalizing identity, when someone generalizes their personal and ethnical identity, and that's why it become resistible. We have so many classical examples I can produce until tomorrow. Let me to give you something very, very relevant to our discourses. It comes to Great Britain. Great Britain is so simple and duplicatable. And you can duplicate it to any countries. It could be a very good applications to be implemented. So when you go to the history of Great Britain, it's all war. About resources, about colonizations, and about so on and so forth. Power positions. You know Great Britain history. We have glory and we have this, there's a lot of distractions. We have Depression period, we have Victorian period, we have Edwardian period. There's a lot of period in Great Britain because I am expertise in this field. I know more Great Britain history and English cannot and don't. English history is not a wow history. Non-history is a wow history. So when they came, just exposure. That's it. You must be an English, no matter who you are. Irish, I don't care. You need to be English. Scottish, I don't care. You need to be English. So they imposed the Englishness on many nations. And that is why the resist started, the war started, so many wars, so many bloody wars, waged, imposed, and defeated. So the resist continue. I said, no, I'm not English, I'm a Scottish, but they pay the price. Black Friday in Irish. What they stood. Tell they have different identity, different flags, different constitution, different autonomy. But the powers were concentrate in Westminster, London. The city, I love it. London is one of the most beautiful cities on the face of the earth. I love this city and I defend in city with my blood and whatever resource I have. Oriosa, Great Britain gave us so many blessings. Even my own country couldn't. Even in Germany, we are living. Even in America, Emmy living. This country are the most beautiful country they gave us. Everything we asked for. Imagine the day I arrived in Heathrow Airport. I never and ever forget the metropolitan officer, the big bully guys came and said, "How can I help you, sir?" I said, I'm looking for a black cap to take me to home. They pay for me, they respect me. And they say, can you sign here something? And you come tomorrow, we will do our interview. I say, yes, sir. The first step, best impression. That's why I love this country. In my country, my land is being robbed. My identity be stripped. My language is being destroyed. My own land, Khorasan. But when he came in Great Britain as an immigrant, the first place they helped me. And within 6 months, they gave me everything I needed. Till I have a freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of belief. Or you said, 1 minute away is mosque here. 1 minute. One minute. When you see turn in my home, there's a mosque. I have a freedom to go to mosque. I have freedom to criticize our queen, our duke, our lords, our system, our history. See, I talk about history. I say the bloodiest history we have. But in our own place, I said in 2012, I'm not arrogant. Amrullah Saleh attacked me. And so either you leave the country and we will get you. I said, no, that's my land. I will not. That's my land. I'm not arrogant. You cannot expel me. There's no freedom of speech. So this is why when it's come to identity, Great Britain couldn't expose. What they did, coalition force. What they did, confederation system. What they did, United Kingdom. All this beautiful country came under power of what Westminster, and that's why they say United Kingdom. Everyone has their freedom. Exactly what we did in Khorasan. Afghan is a singular name for an ethnic who came from Kuhai Suleiman Mountain, as a pure immigrant, and they came to land of Khorasan in 17th century, precisely 1747. They came as an immigrant. They learn, they adapt, and they start looting us. They came, they learn, they still as looting us. Afghan has no longevity, ladies and gentlemen. Afghan has no history, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not saying it. The university I did research, the university I spent millions of pounds, I figured out Afghan has no longevity. I'm talking resource, I'm talking references. I produced books and research and data. I'm not talking, on the hair. I know, Emmy know that. When we talk, we produce. So let me to give you the example of Afghans themselves. Juma Khan Sufi, do you know Juma Khan Sufi? He is a Pashtun, one of the renowned, prominent researcher in terms of history. He is a member of, as a member of Historian Society. Is a member, active member, one of the prominent, one of the bestseller book in New York Times. That's called Unfinished Deceptions. Tamam. He is a Pashtun. And that book is written in criticism of Put Khazana. And Juma Khan Sufi, excessively, he talked about the phoniness of Pashtun's identity, how that constructed and how that mechanically made up and how that disseminated and also dominated and assimilated to our people from top down, not bottom up. Read about him. You become shocked. He is a Pashtun, bro. He criticized the Pashtun literature and history. He said Pashtun has no history. He said Pashtun has whatever they're mimicking, whatever they stole is from Farsi one, Rodaki Kabili. He said their religion has been from Tajiks. Tajiks and Uzbek made them Muslim. Tajika wa Uzbeka Afghan ra Musliman sakta. I'm not saying this one. He is not a joker like Ashraf Ghani Ahmadzai. He is a researcher, historian, a big name in history, historian society. No history, no language. Let me to give you another classical example. I meet him personally 3 times. Dr. Saib Nashnas, he is expertise in Afghani language. He has a PhD, one of the most eloquent speaker of Kandari, dialect. And he is one of the best singer. Dr. Saib Nashnas, I meet him personally. I was eating and I asked him the longevity of Pashto language, and he was smiling. He said, we don't have. We don't have. And he said it, and Hasti TV. He had an interview. He said, we don't have a text. 300 years, there's no Pashto language text exist. I'm not saying it. Dr. Hanafi, read his resources and you become shocked. And he is not. He is a Pashtun as well. Sangarwal, read about him. Mujawar Ahmad is another PhD holder in Pashto language. Read about his resources, what he's saying. And there are a whole 1,000 and 1,000 expertise from Iran, from Khorasan, from non-Khorasan Iranian, and they research about Afghani language, and they prove there's not a language because they're a component. It's not to call something language. So this is why when it's come to identity, identity is from where? Where does your identity belong to? You when you say, I'm Tajik, Richard Falls and his book said Iranian of East. Your identity is coming from your history. No history, no identity. No history, no language. No history, no glory. This is fact. So let me to tell you, Afghan. When say Afghan, so many Afghans, they tried their best to construct a history, to manufacture a history. They couldn't. They stole all the terms and phrases. Paktio, Paktika, that's my language, sir. Paktun, Ashwagan, Aghwan, Awghan, that's my language, sir. You stole it. Why? مولانا جلال الدین محمد بلخی شعر معروفش است. دی شیخ با چراغ همی گشت گرد شب، از دی و دل ملولم انسان ما رزوست، زینم رهان سست عناصر دلم گرفت، شیر خدا و رستم دستان ما، ای آفتاب حسن بیرون آدمی ز ابر، کان چهره مشعشع تابان ما رزوست، گویاترم ز بلبل و اما ز رشک آن موری است بر دهان ما، افغان ما رزوست. افغان is it is جمع است، جمع تکثیر است. افغان اصفهان گرفته شده. In term, this terminology belonging to my resources, to my language, to my history. It's not yours, Afghan. It is mine. So this is why they're jungling and bungling. They don't know. They're confused. Oh, I'm Afghan, I'm Ashwagan, I'm Archila Pashtun, Paktin, Jorka. I'm here, I'm there, I'm there. How many language they have? Pashto language, Afghan language, Pashtana language, in language, un language. Everything. Why they are desperate? We have Persian, Farsi, khalas, that's it. We don't have the second. We have Tajik, that's it. Tajik, Iranian of East. Khorasan, that's it. Everything they stole from there, I'm Pashtun, the Pashtanayum, ز پختونیم، ز پشتونیم، ز اوغانیم، ز اشواگانیم، ز اواگانیم، ز اواگانیم، کلش پیدا کردن دست با این. خب نداره بیچاره. If you don't have that, I said, if you don't have a history, you're stealing other people's story, history. So this is why we are not, will never be Afghan. Afghan is a tribe where was living in Suleiman Mountain in 16th, 17th, 18th century, and 17th century, they creeping, according to these books, according to this Khurasan, the Qurun Wusta, they're creeping. Where? They're creeping from 17th century. They're creeping from where? From mountain, they're creeping. Why? Because they're seeking for resources, for seeking for foods and ghalabab on that time. They have to fight for survival. They fought in so many, armies. Changi's army, yeah, they fought. Why? For survival. Mughal, yes, they. And also in Great Britain army, they against us. Tajik Farsi Zaban Afghan fought us in Great Britain army for survival. دعای یک زن افغانمی بود که بچه‌م یک رهزن موفق به دنیا. دکتر ویلیام میگه a Pashtun, Afghan mother just praying, my son become the professional looter. The professional looter. That was the wish of a Pashtun mother. Why? Because they live based on looting. Nothing else, brother. Tajiks live based on what? History. Selling books. Selling points. Trading. Silk Road. Trade, market, money. Literature, civilizations. Afghans based on looting. That was the wish, the prayer of a woman, a mother, Afghan women. Till now, the story is repeating itself, either based on comedy or strategy or tragedy. Always history repeats itself. No. In Taliban period, the wish, hope of Afghan mother was, my son become a professional intihari, a professional infilaqi. Yes or no? The same theme and notion, but divergent way, divergent time. Yes. So, no identity. A place called Afghan, a place called Afghan, where Khwai Suleiman, then when they creeped and slowly, they occupy Kabilistan. And also when Ahmad Khan Multani, born in Pakistan, ladies and there is no Durrani dynasty. Purely they are Tajiks. Their language was Farsi. Dr. Saib Mufid, he has expertise in Persian history. Dr. Mufid, he has excessive and comprehensive discourse, academic discourses regarding who are Otakis. Otaki are not Afghan. Otaki are Persian Farsi one. So many other, sects, they are Persian but Afghanized during that time. For Wardakiya, 110% they are Persian, Tajik, Farsi Zaban. Wardaki, Mardaki, Afghan nadi. Afghan Mawghan nistan. Wardaki is Farsi one. Farsi one means Dekan. Dekan means Tajik. Tajik means Sharnishin. Sharnishin means Dekan. Dekan means Kas Dadgar. Dadgar exactly means Iranian of East. When it's come to identity, yes, Afghan وجود داشت. Of course, Afghan as یک گروه وجود داشت. Afghan, نه Afghan. Afghan is a very contemporary term, has been produced by the colonial power. Afghan we have. When you read the Kabul kingdom of Afghanistan, and he said clearly, he said this area is called Afghan area. Persian called them Afghan area. This area is Afghan. Persian called them Inja Khurasan. This area is called Afghan, but I call them Afghan land. Afghanistan said Afghan land, but in Persian is translated Afghanistan. Amu Mantaqa, that spot, not all place of that time was Kabul kingdom. When Afghanistan writing his report, that book is so big, it's called Kabul kingdom. There's no Afghanistan. So his report is based, the name is called Kabul kingdom. How is it? He said in report, he said this land, this area is called Afghan land, but in Farsi they said Afghan land, Sarzamin Afghanistan. So that report sent to London, that Orientalism, the Mustashriqin Orientalist, that report they repeated and they said Afghanistan, but on that spot. But slowly and surely that generalized. Afghanistan was talking about the small minor spot, the land of Afghan. It's not about all. They said it's a Persia, it's a Khorasan. He knew, he said it. So this is why we have Afghan the same. We have Lauren Court, we have Uzbek, we have other ethnicity, we have Afghan. So when this Afghan crept, and after that, they learn everything, they loot everything from us. They stole everything from us. Then they start antagonizing. They loot not only Khorasan, they loot many places, including of India. They mess around in so many countries. That's why they call them Patan and Khan and Ghaddar and Doku. So imagine now in 19th century, they start robbing us. They start misbehaving in Khorasan. Why? Because when the Great Britain and USSR has a rivalries, a fight between each other to dominate the resources and the force in that areas. You know that people of a story, they know that exactly. Great Britain and Russia always fighting for resources, for land occupying or colonizing. When they came, they couldn't. And they said, we need to create a buffer state. I'm not interfering, you not interfering. We give this to a third party. Is a deal? A deal. That's a deal between Russia and Great Britain, unborn child. It came in the name of Afghanistan and said, we need to find a stooge. A stooge. Where's a stooge? Murtaziq. The stooge was in Samarkand, Bukhara, Amir Abdurrahman Khan. He was residing there. He was expelled there. He was living in Samarkand, Bukhara. Khana Afghana. Amir Ahani nishon douja zindagi mekard. Padar sukhta. And Great Britain and Russia, they brought this joker and said, you are the Amir, okay? There's the Amir. And this Amir said, I'm Amir of Khorasan 2 times. And Amir of Turkestan Sharqi 2 times. Taj Tawarikh, page 37, 32, and the rest. And the Russia, what? The Russia, that's the Russia install him to protect the buffer state, nothing else. And they give him power, autonomy, they give him resources, And he said, now you can colonize any other ethnicity, and so we're helping you, we're supporting you. But you need to be our stooge, our puppy, faithful puppy. Yes, sir. He said, yes, sir. A faithful puppy. Tell. Now, they expose everything has been approved, affirmed by the colonial power, the powers who back them up economically, socially, politically. No one stood about identity to challenge Great Britain and Russia until Ayatollah Kalakoni came. And Ayatollah Kalakoni said, I'm a Tajik. I'm a Muslim. I want to be, the power should be distributed equally. The devotion of power, the distribution of power, the delegation of power, the distribution of power, erased. And the people understood, oh, there's other ethnicity here. And of course, he had affiliation with Great Britain. He started something, he was not an uneducated person. He did a lot of things with Russia, with Britain, and he was talking that there's a Tajiks, there's, other language, other people. He was not an ordinary person. He was a very deep and a very well-educated person, according to his niece and nephew. We had an interview with them. Anyhow, when he challenged the dynasty of Afghanism, and that is why that dislocation is happening, and the people getting attention and becoming awareing who we are. All this credit goes to Habiballah Kalakoni, روح الشاد, یادش گرامی باد, مرد بزرگوار. And after that, of course, inspired other people. A lot of expertise, a lot of legends, a lot of icons came and they destroyed. They being destroyed by the Afghans, who rise and they killed them. Until another guy, another legend came, Ahmad Shah Massoud, Ruh al-Shad. And he brought a paradigm shift in our society. And he brought the real identity, and he revived our identity as a Tajiks, as an Iranian of East. And he brought glory and beauty and everything for us. We are indebted to a homicide, and we will never forget him for the rest of our life. So he revived, and he basically, there's something for us behind our calculations and imagination. That's why I'm so pumped up and so, you have confidence and faith in myself. And that's why I'm inspired by Ahmad Shah Massoud, rahmatullah alayhi, peace be upon him. And this is why he challenged the Afghanism, as William Wallace challenged the Englishness. I always comparison between, I wrote an article in English, I submit to my university, I compare Omar Said Massoud with Malcolm X in 1960 in Great Britain and United States, and I compare him with William Wallace. William Wallace is the national hero of Scotland, and he brought name and fame and glory to Scotland. And exactly what Ahmad Shah Massoud did, he did for all ethnicity. Hazara, Uzbek, Aymar, Baluch, everyone should be grateful what Ahmad Shah Massoud did. Why? Because he challenged the dynasty of, Multanism. He challenged, he dislocated them. And that's why now I'm free. You are free. I'm educated. You are educated. All people, Hazara, Uzbek, all become free. Is purely because of Ahmad Shah Massoud, rahmatullah alayhi. So why Afghan hate Ahmad Shah Massoud? Because he challenged his identity. Why they hate? Because he challenged their dynasty. Why Afghan hate Ahmad Shah Massoud? Because he basically, introduced the real Tajikness, Persianness, and he gone. He gave awareness and he gone. and he should gone. But he passed the message to us. So that's why we carry the legacy of Ahmad Shah Masud Rahmatullah alayhi. That's the legacy. We are the barriers of legacy. We are the carriers of legacy. And we will, and we did. In our government, in a constitution, is our national hero. In our note bank, he is number 100 REI Ahmad Said. We're just not talking, but she's walking as well. So why we are not Afghan, as I explained previously, Afghan is an ethnicity. They were living, they were living in Suleiman Mountain area. We are not belonging to them, and they are not belonging to us. Yes, they could be a citizen for Khorasan. They must accept by hook or crook, by pen or gun. They must accept this identity. There's no way, there's no compromise. There's no one way. That one way compromising, and that is vanished. Those rosy and I don't know, on milk it has finished Afghans. Now is a time we need to account. We need to put you on your place. And this narrative has been disseminated in everywhere, every part of the world. And we say to many politicians across the world that we need peace. We need justice. We are not exposing our identity, never. Emmy is not trying, to impose Tajikness on Afghans or Uzbek or Hazara. And contrary, we want to create a pluralistic society that everyone enjoy their language, their identity. Arya Isai was fighting for social justice for a long time, and I know him. He never feel someone call their Tajik if he is not Tajik. Because Tajik doesn't need population. Tajik are 60% in Khorasan plus 100 million across the world. Iran, Tajiks. Uzbekistan, Tajiks. Khalij Fars, Tajiks. Kafkas, Tajiks, Chin. We don't need to fabricate. We don't need to manipulate. We don't need. We have so many Tajik. Afghan are desperate because they are 5%. Afghan are desperate because they have no language. Afghan are desperate because they have no history. No history. 200 history Afghan has. Imagine now. 300. They do not. I'm not saying it. The resource saying it. Brothers, we don't worry. Why we worry? If you are millions pound parking in your account, you are not worried. People who are destitute, they are worried. Afghans are destitute for their poorness. We are not worried. If they are destroying my language, that will revive. That will be revived. If they are doing anything wrong with my language, Persian language survive and revive. No worries. It's not an Afghani language or dialect. So here I can say, we are Khorasani. That's a national identity, period. We are Tajik. That's that ethnicity, ethnic identity. And that is, you are Kapisai Parwani. That is your local area. Or Balkhi, or Panshiri, or Badakhshi, or Takhari. And that is Emmy. That's your personal, that is Hashimi, that's your family identity. All this identity should be respectively. So we cannot expose our identity to Afghans. Simultaneously, we cannot allow Afghan expose their ethnic identity to us. or to Hazara or to Uzbek. We don't. And this is one of the most charismatic, the most beauty behavior of Tajik. Damaton Tajik Gar, Damaton Tajik Gar. This is why Tajik fighting for other people as well. Some people say, oh, Tajik should fight for themselves. No. If you're acting as a big brother, you pay the price, ladies and gentlemen. We love other ethnicity. We have to fight on their behalf. No worries. Because we have history, brothers. We have record, brothers. We cannot going alone. No. I have to fight for my Hazara brother, for Uzbek brother, for Aymaq, for Turkmen. Why? Because they don't have the voice that we have. They don't have the power we have. That they don't have resources that we have. That is exactly called social justice. Luther Martin King the Jr., he never fight for black. He fight for America. I have a dream, not for black people. I have a dream for America. Honesty. Many other people came and they fight. Gandhi never for Hindu. Many other people, not for black people. Stephen Biko. We are fighting not for us, ladies and gentlemen. We as a Khurasani fighting for everyone, fighting for such social justice. We are not narrow-minded people. We are no jingoistic, individual. We are not just caring about our people. That's why Tajiks are paying the price. Prisoners are Tajiks. Inventors are Tajiks. Fighters are Tajiks. Frontliners are Tajiks. Social media expertise, all Tajiks. Women movement, all Tajiks. Now we are in front line. Yes, we're proud of to be, but we never expose our identity on our own, despite we're 60%. But have you heard one Tajik in the history say all Afghan, all Azara, all Uzbek must be a Tajik? Because we are the overwhelming majority. We are the big brother, but we are not acting as a big brother. We are acting as social just leaders and responsibles. This is why we refute, Dr. Emmy, we refuse for the rest of our lives this fake and phony and colonial identity that exposed from top down to us as Afghan. This is not our identity. That will never be our identity. Khurasani is our national identity. Tajik is our ethnic identity. And whatever else is, that's our family, and that's our local, and that's the area we born is our identity. We are not against any qawm, any nations, any ethnic. We are not, but others are against us. Are we against Afghan? Never. But Afghan is from 17th century that looting us, tantalizing, brutalizing, criminalizing us. You are the witness. Your grandfather, your grand-grandfather is witness. And the history is witness. The region is a witness. There's one immigrant ethnicity came from Suleiman Mountain, and what they do, what exactly doing right now in the name of who? Hubbatullah. Hibbatullah Majul, who is synonymous guy, is now destroying us, destroying our fabric, society, destroying everything in the name of religion, in the name of Afghaniyat wa Afghan Wali. We need to resist, ladies and gentlemen. We need to stand up. We shouldn't guys living in silence. We have to stand. We have to fight for justice. We have to fight for our language. If you be silent, the occupier will be bold. They will do more crime, and they will more occupying you. They're more tantalizing you. Why? Because you are silent. If you raise your voice like Takhari and Badakhshi and Panjshiri, no one can resist you. No one can defeat you, because that's our right and should we preserve, and we should prevail, and we should protect it. Period.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, for stating the facts. We are who we are. We were never Afghan, and we're never going to be Afghan. For example, let's say, you tell somebody who's an Irish from Ireland or an Irish from America that you are not Irish. They're going to become furious. They're going to say, that's my identity. How dare you, misidentify me as something that I'm not? So why is the same thing happening to our people and nobody's doing anything about it? We have the right to say, no, that's not who I am. That's not my identity. Just like a person who's an Irish person or a Scottish person or somebody who's an Italian, they're proud of who they are. They're proud of their identities. And so are we as Tajik people, as indigenous Iranian people. This is our identity. This is who we are. This is our ethnicity. And, we cannot change it. And that's why, we are here talking about it. And as Abdul Ali Fayaq had stated, we are not against any other people, but other people are against us because they are misidentifying us. So we as Tajik people, we are just trying to protect our own rights. And we as Tajik people are united, from all backgrounds, from all political, political forces. You know what? We Tajik people are all united. We don't have anything against one another. We're all going to come back together and we're going to take our identity back. And I'm so happy that, I'm having this conversation with Abdul Ali Fayaq, who is a human rights advocate. He loves everybody. And he's an academic. Sometimes, he states the facts. And sometimes when you are stating the facts, it makes some people upset. But that's our job as academics to talk about the facts, even if some people do not like to hear the facts. So for some people who are, questioning some of the statements that Abdul Ali Fayaq has made, this and that, he is just stating the facts. But as he said today in this live, he loves everybody. He's not against anyone. We're just trying to protect our own rights. We're just trying to protect our own identity. We're just trying to take back what belonged to us, which is Khurasan. That's all that we're doing. And sometimes it's going to upset some people. Some people who are, misinformed because they're illiterate people, they're ignorant. And one example that I often give to people is, sometimes giving a child a lollipop for bad behavior, then that child is going to think they did something good. So, and that's the situation with the Afghan people right now. The English colonialists, they did something using their name for their own political aims and gains in the region. As Abdul Ali Fayaq had stated, there was a lot of politics taking place between, the Kingdom of Great Britain and Russia during that time. So everybody was playing their own little games in the region. So what did the English colonialists do? They decided to choose this, this ethnicity called the Afghans, who are very backward. They were uncivilized. They were uneducated. And this is according to historical facts. I'm not making it up. And if you read a lot of, books about the history, that's what English historians have wrote about the Afghan tribes who are living along the, the borders of Khorasan and, Pakistan today. So, so they chose these people as their puppets, giving them some incentives, like, good job, here you go, yes, good job. And at the same time, they were using them for their own political aims and games. And this is according to political science. I'm not making it up, okay? So if you're here, somebody who is educated, you have some type of an education, you will understand what I'm talking about. So, so that's how they decided to name the whole entire region of Khurasan as Afghanistan, land of the Afghans. And these Afghans, they were residing in the northern regions of today's nation of Pakistan. Okay, they were not even within the current geography of the nation of Khurasan. So they were, in a sense, outsiders. And according to one book that I read about ancient Ariana, and somebody last time he came to my live and he told me Ariana is a term that is not correct to use. But anyways, we're going to leave that for another discussion. According to this book called Ariana, it stated that there was a group of people who came from the south, and they were attacking people's livestock. They were attacking the people. They were attacking the people's lands and the geography of Khurasan, and they were stealing from them. Who were these people? And this happened thousands of years ago. These were the Afghan tribes. Okay, so the people of the region of Khurasan, they've been having issues with this Afghan, tribe, who are, according to historical facts, and I'm not putting anybody down. I'm not putting any, Afghan people down here, but this is according to historical facts, that the Afghan people are a group of uncivilized individuals, a tribal group who are led by their tribal leader. So whatever the tribal leader says, everybody else has to do. So if the tribal leader says no education for the woman, everybody needs to obey. If the tribal leader says abuse the children, then everybody has to obey. If the tribal leader says burn all of your books, and then that's what everybody does, okay? So this is the mentality of the Afghan tribes. And that's what we're seeing today inside the nation of Khurasan in regards to the Afghan Taliban. They are doing the same thing. And according to political facts, according to my studies in political science pre-law, many of these people are being used for other people's political aims and gains, just like in the past. So that's what's happening. So yes, the Tajik population inside the nation of Khorasan is over 60%. This is according to facts. And today, many people who are Tajiks, they have been mislabeled by the Afghan governments, okay? They went to the different regions, in the northern regions, eastern regions, even in the southern regions, and they misidentified the Tajik people. They told some of them, you are Arabs. You're not Tajik, you're an Arab. And those people believed that. They were like, yes, maybe that's what's my identity. They went to another area and they told the people, you're not Tajik, you are, Afghan, you're Pashtun. Why are you calling yourself Tajik? And people were bullied into believing that. So yes, the majority of the people inside the nation of Khorasan are, in fact, Tajiks. And according to the book by Richard Folds, Tajiks are Iranians of the East. And that book, it is indicated that when the Iranian people, when they had converted to the religion of Islam, when they had accepted the Islamic religion, they were called Tajiks. And there are many Afghan people who claim that they are Iranian or Aryai. If you are really an Iranian or an Aryai, if that's what your parents told you, then guess what? If you have converted to Islam, you're also a Tajik. So there you go. So that's why, the Tajik population inside the nation of Khorasan is in fact over 60%. That is, I absolutely agree with that. Because as an academic, I like to look at research. I like to look at the population. I like to look at the people. And the other day I saw a video of a man from Badakhshan who was speaking the Persian language fluently, who was dressed like a person of a Tajik background, who appeared physically like a Tajik person, but he was claiming that I am an Arab. And then when they asked them, who told you guys that you're an Arab? Oh, that's what we were told, by the previous governments, that you guys are an honorable, group of people. So again, taking away their identities and breaking them into smaller groups. But they did not do that when it comes to the Afghan people. Afghan people is named Sayed, but guess what? He's Afghan before that. He's a Pashtun. That's that Afghan. They don't care about names or titles. For the Afghan people, their identity, their ethnic identity comes first. But when it comes to the other ethnicities who are living in the northern regions, in the northeastern regions and the western parts of that nation, that's what they did. They fed them with false claims in order to break the Tajik population into a smaller group in the region. That's why today so many people are, in fact, misinformed. According to the book, Tajiks are Iranians of the East. It has indicated that the people who brought Islam into Samarkand, Bukhara, and the larger Soghdian or Soghdi, they were Persians. They were Iranians themselves, because the Arabs were afraid to enter the region. They were afraid of the people, the kingdom of Samarkand, Bukhara, and these Tajik people or these Iranian people who resided there. So they sent the Islamic, teachings with these Persians who brought Islam into the region. So, these are according to facts. We have to know who we are. We have to learn about our identities. It's our human rights. Like I said, if an Irish person can say they're an Irish, why can't I, as an indigenous Tajik or indigenous Iranian, why can't I say I am a Tajik or indigenous Iranian? This is my human rights. So we need to make these types of arguments in order to send out the message to a larger international audience, in order for them to understand, what we're going through. If you do not have an identity, you are a nobody. Okay? So we need to know who we are in order to gain our power back. The person who wrote blood test DNA, first of all, when it comes to testing somebody's DNA, there are a lot of ancestral DNAs involved. And usually what they do when they are checking, they don't look at all the strands. They choose a few. So testing DNA is not accurate, okay? And this is according to people who are involved with testing people's DNA. I spoke to them. They said, we don't check all the strands. They just choose a few. So it's not accurate. Anyway, let's have our brother Ilyas John speak. Go ahead, Ilyas.
Dr. Emmy, Uncle Ustaz Faiq, I really enjoy every second of exactly what Ustaz Faiq explain how beautifully was talking about the story about the. Let them. I'm really. Somewhere I can talk now. Really, let the stars fire talk. I really enjoyed the way he's explaining the ways exactly what is going on. I can't talk now, but maybe after I can talk.
All right, all right. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's nearly 4 hours. I spoke 5 hours yesterday, non-stop. بخوانا را کندیم 5 ساعت. And today we nearly is 4 hours that we spoke about different themes and concept, and we are so proud, and I'm really so proud, so cheerful, and I learned a lot of things from Dr. Emmy and our guest as well, Audio Isai. And yes, exactly what we spoke about our past, and we are basically recording or making a documentary. We are making a documentary for our people. People realize, people are thinking that why we are bringing all these them and repeating them over and over. No, we are not repeating. We are now making history. We are making documentary for people who are confused, for people who are ignored. So this is very, very important. We talk about this issue and to bring a lot of awareness to our people. So we already, we knew who we are, but now we are crystallizing the mentality or the mindset of our people and bring them to darkness, to light. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not about we are moaning and groaning. It's not about that. It is about making a documentary. Yesterday we spoke 5 hours. Millions with S saw it. One of the best conversation and discourses in Farsi we had yesterday. Everywhere is now. We come now, the mafia of media right now, where we are talking. We become a dominant narrative and dominant force, basically, in social media. We are everywhere. Our faces are now everywhere. Aughon are falling in love with us. Aughon are now disseminating our narratives everywhere. They are making a lot of clips. Good luck for you, Aughons. You can spin our, narrative. You can spin our videos. Why? Because we span your videos for the past 5 years. But now is the time you spinning our narrative and take it everywhere. What Dr. Emmy says, what Mr. Faik said, whatever. We are so cheerful that our, voice is getting attention and here, locally, regionally, and globally. We have a lot of connectivity with media, with characters, with many, many other institutions. And this is just the beginning of the beginning. I'm so grateful and so so optimistic. And the best is yet to come. Honesty. We have so many, plans. 2026 is our year. And we will, by hook or crook, take the power from the Taliban, no matter how. And also, the issue is going on in Iran. This is in our benefit. This is in our regional benefit indeed. But we are unstoppable anyway. No one can stop us. This has become a religious duty for us. It is basically a ritual for us. So it is not like someone is forcing us. It's a glory. This basically is a worship for us. It's a holy war for us. So we enjoy what we are doing. We love what we say because we say what we love. And we always being inspired and inspiring other people. And our team are working across the world. Now, a lot of people now doing what we are doing. Some people are secretly, some people are, directly, some people are indirectly, and some people are super indirectly. Believe me, there are some people risk their lives, and they send some pictures from, the tableau and those translation. And some people are raising their voices. Some people are, hoisting our Kawyani flags. A lot of great things happening because our movement is is a deep and profound grassroots movement. So we target in the fabric of society. So our approach and our movement is from bottom up. It's not top down. And that gave us a lot of sense, a lot of benefit, because we're targeting the audience. We are targeting the people, the mass. We are against elitism. We don't believe in elitism and anarchism. We are against, we never promote elitism and are always against elitism. I'm not a social democratic, I'm a liberal, but I always promote the right of individual. Every individual in this country is free, regardless what they think, what he or she thinks. Any sort of freedom is prevailed in our constitution. Freedom of speech on the top, freedom of aqidah and belief on the top, freedom of movement on the top, freedom of economy on the top. We cannot and we will not prevent someone what he or she thinking, what he, she, and he is wearing. We are not accountable to send someone to paradise or hell. We are not giving license to people to go to hell or paradise. Everyone has a duty and obligation to think about themselves. If I go to paradise, I will never get my mom. I wish I go paradise, my mom go to paradise based on their needs, deeds, and devotion, and purity, and good works. Who said you get your parents to paradise? Give me some verses. Nothing is there exist. كل نفس عليها فان. Every individual being asked from himself, from herself, from himself. Nothing is there. This is not Tora Bora. I take my mom and dad everywhere. It's not Kandahar. I get everyone with me. It's a paradise. So that's why, because for us, individualism is the core value in our constitution and our government. Let an Afghan thinks what he or she thinks, because he is and she is free. What Hazara thinks, he could be anything. Why? Because our job is to provide a democratic atmosphere, and he can exercise his power or her power. We give them maneuver. We give them a place to maneuver. That's our job. Governance means providing the best from the rest. Government means to protect the governance. That's our job. We are not pushing and pulling. As Zohran Mamdani said. By the way, Zohran Mamdani is my duplication. He could be my students and Dr. Emmy's students. Dr. Emmy, I said one day, I said in Farsi, Dr. Mamdani, Muslimara Warias, Awghana, they made a video. نوشته کرده بودم اینو پایان بینداز. ما یک روز گفته بودیم که ممدانی که هست واقعا من گفتم یعنی به حساب مرواری است، یعنی به حساب انرژیش. افغانا ما شما رو در تیک تاک نمیشناسن که ما کیستیم. ممدانی یک زبان انگلیسی رو میفهمه، قانون خوانده تا لیسانس. به خاطر پدر مادرش آدمای بزرگ بودن و دیگر لوبیگرایی که هم داشتن آمد بچه بسیار خوب است. I love him, I respect him. ما گفتم که ممدانی مثل مرا است. افغانا دیگه ایره ویدیو جور کردن. من ممدانی را شاگردم هم نمیگیرم. Hear me loud, Afghans. I respect that guy. But anyhow, I have so many transferable talent because the atmosphere I grew up was not reliable, was not suitable. It was a pushy environment. Everyone put their feet on your neck to tantalizing you, to dislocating you, to discredit you, and so on and so forth. So, but anyhow, we have a lot of potential, more than any individual on the face of the earth. I cannot compare myself, neither Dr. Emmy or anyone else from Khorasan. We don't compare to anyone else because we are matchless. Because we are in a society, people are not appreciating what we are doing. But other people, they see our tenacity, our capacity, and our sagacity, and our pertinacity. We are not selling ourselves, we are serving here. We have selfish leader, we have selfish leader. We are not selfish leader, we are selfish responsible. That's why we came here to talk about you, to pretend you, to protect you. And that's why we came here 4 hours non-stop, talking purely about you, to protect you. Imagine now. So that's why I personally proud of our people. And thank you so much for all people who are, congregating here, to listening for us, to contribute. And this is just the beginning of the beginning. Believe me, we haven't started, ladies and gentlemen. We have so many potential. Never stop yet. Just warming up. Just warming up, bro. Imagine now we start. We have so massive, so titanic vision. When I revealing, most of you become unconsciousness. Honesty. 90% of you will laugh on me, and the rest will be unconscious. Why? Because the grand vision we have is beyond your calculation and imagination. If Elon Musk saying something to you, 99%, 100% you laugh on him. Why? Because he has a grand vision. When Bill Gates says something about 20 years ago, many people laughed on him. Now who is laughing on them? Steve Jobs, 30 years ago, he says something that was beyond your calculations, but now is reality. So that's why we are so ambitious. We are so thoughtful. We have a grand vision. And we know where have we been, where are now, and where are going. Don't judge a book by the cover. Don't make a normative judgment. Oh, Dr. Emmy is in TikTok. Mr. Faiq is in a TikTok. You can compare as to other people. Imagine this. That's why I'm proud of myself and my team and our government. I have never gone any life without invitation because I have self-esteem and respect. And the same goes to Dr. Emmy and the rest of our team. We are not seeking where is the bulldog and that we rely on him. Or where is the big audience that we go there. We have self-respect. And many other people, they don't know, they don't care who is the speaker. Who is leading this room? Who is there? They don't care. Oh, the audience is 500. Let's go. No, no. That is why our replication, our duplication is like Dr. Emmy. You're looking for quality to produce something that will stand forever, to stay forever. We are not for the junkies. You're not looking for, quantity. This is the power of our vision. This is the power of our consistency, insistency, and persistency and perpetuality. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I said always, this knife is from where? That's from Switzerland. My mom gave me. This knife has everything. Compare this knife for any other knife. You see the quality and you see the price is very high. You have Lamborghini and you have Toyota. You have Rolls Royce. You have I don't know. That's Japanese Nissan, whatever. So they produce 10 Rolls Royce every year in Great Britain. They produce quality, not quantity. So this is why we focus on 3%. That 3% will bring 95, 97%. But other people, they are focusing on 97%, and you cannot achieve nothing. I always said we need to be part of crew, not part of crowd. Because crew give you miracle, crowd give you message. We are seeking for quality. Who he or she bring a grand paradigm shift in Khorasan, a change, a bold change, a permanent change for every individual living there, include of Awghan Daghabaga. Our fight is for all, one for all for one. That's our motto. We are not fighting, as I said before, for our local entity, for our local identity, for our ethnic identity. We are fighting for injustice. It doesn't matter. It's in America, it's in Great Britain, it's in Africa. We are all relying and also affiliating to human family. Eve and Adam. That's my mom and that's my dad. بنی آدم اعضای یکدیگرن که در آفرینش یک جوهرن. Sadi, he said, I don't see any imperfectionist between me and a Gambian. I spoke today with a beautiful, beautiful black lady. And we talk about humanity. And she said, Ali, when you go to her live, please pass my message to your audience. And he said, we need to be oneness. We need to fight for oneness. We need to fight for injustice. That is our vision. That is our, we are not localized. We are globalized. That's why you need to understand us. We don't have any animosity with Afghans. Afghans is nothing we have animosity. Afghans are now, they are begging for help. We have pity on them. We don't have nothing with Afghans. Afghans are nothing, even we talk about them. We need to have rivalry with Great Britain, with France, with United States of America in terms of innovation, technology, artificial intelligence, how we explore other, stars and other galaxies and other worlds, and how we help humanity. how empower our women and women across the world, and how we stop a lot of injustice. What is going on in Senegal, in Gambia, in Somalia, in Sudan, in Africa, in Asia? This is our grand vision, ladies and gentlemen. Khurasani doesn't mean to be localized. Khurasani means a globalized phenomena who protect from everyone. You see, every time I speak out Hazara and Uzbek. Why? Because I have not Lutus thinking. I don't have any narrow-minded thinking. That's called selfishness. That's called egoistic. We have a grand vision for our Hazara brothers, for Hazara sisters, for Uzbeks, for Turkmens, for anyone who are living in Khorasan. Khorasan is land of beauty, ladies and gentlemen. Khorasan is a paradise for their citizens. We love our, Hindu brother and sisters. We love our Sikh brother and sister who born in Khorasan. Our Jewish community, our Christian community, they live in so many, mega city in Khorasan. Read about Herat Christianity. Read about Jewish in Ghor, in Kabul. Read about Hindu and Jalalabad and Kandahar and Helmand. All those brothers and sisters, they expelled based on their what? Based on their religion, based on their ethnicity, based on their beliefs. But they were Khurasani. That's why we learned when we came in Great Britain. And we learn multiculturalism. That's why I love this country. I love France. I love Germany. I love America. I love Australia. From the bottom of my heart, I'm not here, making someone happy, because they gave us everything. When our Christian brothers in the city, he born in Kabul and we expelled them. Why? They are human beings. Forget about they are Christian. They are human beings. Hindu. They are most patriotic in our history. They love Khorasan, Hindu and Sikh. They cry, they're weeping. They left Khorasan. They're going to India and Australia. Still, they are loving and they're remembering Khorasan. We made mistake, ladies and gentlemen. Afghans are expelled. Many ethnicity, many other non-Islam religion from land of Khorasan. Khorasan is basically a land for everyone. Dr. Barnett Rubin has a book, Khorasan Jame Chand Parcha nist. Khorasan Jame Chandin Parcha ast. 34 ethnicity, so many religions are in Khorasan. But because of jingoism and Afghanism, because of narrow-minded, because of the ethnicity and nationalism of Afghan, everyone is now suffering collectively. Everyone is now. It's not about me, Tajik. It's not about Hazara Uzbek, because they are the victims, of course. They are the frontliners. But you need to talk about the Hindu. I have a connection with them. They cry. They say, I miss Shor Bazar. I miss my temple. I miss my Gurdwara. They miss because they brought up. Imagine when you're born somewhere, you will never forget it. We have mercy on their tears. We have mercy on their individuality, on their religion, on their Gurdwara, Dharamsal, whatever. We are fighting for a big cause, ladies and gentlemen. We are fighting for so big cause. It's not about Afghan this, Afghan and Afghan is gone, finished. Afghan is nothing, bro. I'm talking about other things. That's why when you study me and our team and our government, you become shocked because you don't know us profoundly. Yeah, you saw us on YouTube, fight is against Afghan. I don't know, you saw me on TikTok, but you didn't study me. Even you don't know which area I specialize, which area I did research. What is my notion? What is my thinking? What is exactly I'm fighting for? You don't know. And I really, really appreciate from one guy, and he portrayed me, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy from Fardin John. He is not from my village. He is a Tajik, a lovely boy, a businessman, a well-educated. He's studying in Holland. He knows Dutch, and he has a good business in Birmingham. And he portrayed me like a picture. And I appreciate, even one person know what is my thinking, I appreciate it. I never compare myself to anyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not someone else. I am myself with any capacity I have. But this guy categorized me with Krosh and Omar Said. He never compared me, but he put in the Radif. That is amazing. He never, I don't want compare. No, I don't want. But he put, he put me that Faiq is also fighting for social injustice. Yeah, I'm fighting for justice, but I'm against people who are misusing the justice system. This is my Kurosha.gad. That's my real name. My name is not Abdul Ali Faiq. That's my mom and dad name. But my own name is Kurosha.gar. I'm not fighting for you. I'm not fighting for Khorasani. I'm fighting for humanity. Hear me, and Claire, hear me, because I'm today talking about, academia. That's I want to portray and I want to, project my idea to people who don't know me, at least the audience who speak English. Whoever you are in a trouble, we are here to fight, to protect, to help. That's why all my life I devoted for justice, ladies and gentlemen. The people who don't know me. I'm not just fighting for Afghans, never. I have been constantly and perpetually fighting, and I will fight for the rest of my life for bringing justice, prevail justice. Thank you so much, Emmy John, for your patience and for your amazing questions and discourses. I really enjoy. It's very, very late.
Thank you.
And yeah, inshallah,
Yes.
we'll have another discourse and discussion, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, Abdul Ali Fayaq, Krosha.gar, for, having this conversation with me. It's always a pleasure and honor for me to have a colleague talk about these types of, issues and situations regarding our identity and home nation. یک چیز من میگم به لسان فارسی به خاطر زیاد نفرات دیگه فارسی میفهمن، کسانی که صحبت‌های ما را گوش میکنن، کسانی که دیگه هست، من یک چیز برای خداوند به شما میگم، گوش کنین. خداوند که است مهربان است. خداوند God is love, love is God. انال خداوند که از دوستی است. انال هر کس که هستین، از هر دین، از هر چی که باور میکنین، شما به مو یک خداوند باور دارین. چی خدا مسلمان میگن، چی خدا عیسوی میگن، چی خدا یهود میگن، هر چی که میگن، یا هندستانی یا هندو یا سک. هر وقت که شما کارهای بد انجام بتین، کارهای بد کنین، در پشت کامره بشینین، چیزای بد فکر کنین، چیزای بد نشته کنین، بیاین اینجا چیزای بد بگوین، این موقع امو چراغ که دور پیش شما است، امو چراغ که شما را نگهداری میکنه، او چراغ از طرف کیست؟ او چراغ از طرف امو پدرای ماست که از پیش رفتن، our ancestors که پیش خداوند هستن. همگی از دعا برای ما دعا میکنن که از ما در این دنیا ما protect شویم، از ما نگهداری شوه. اگر که شما مردم در جمعیین با ما میخواین ضرر برسانین یا به دیگه نفرها یا در هر جای، اینمو چراغتانه از دور پیشتان شما از بین میبرین. دور پیش شما را تاریکی میگره. حالا هر چقدر که تاریکی در دور پیش شما باشه، اینمو شما را برتان بسیار زیاد ضرر میرسانه. اوکی؟ حالا کسانی که در جامدن، دو زدن، چیزای منفی فکر کردن، اینمو خودتان از ضرر میرسانه. مرا ضرر نمیرسانه، کروش دادگر ضرر نمیرسانه، الیاس ضرر نمیرسانه. شما خودتان از ضرر میرسانه. شما نگویی که من مسلمان هستم، خیر این نفر در دین اسلام باور نمیکنم، میتونم که برم او را اوگار کنم یا ضرر برسانم. نه، خداوند یک خداوند است. در این دنیا مردم نام خدا ای و آن ماندن، ولی خداوند در بالا جای یک خداوند است. حالا چه قسمی میتوانی که نزدیک از خداوند شوی؟ وقتی قلبت پاک نگاه کنی، وقتی که امرای دیگه انسانا مهربان باشی، وقتی کار خوب انجام بدی، کس را اوگار نکنی و کس ضرر نرسانی. حالا ما در جامعیم که یک کار خوب انجام بدیم، مثل که عبدالعلی فایق گفت، امرای این خانم سیاپوس صحبت میکرد، برای گفت که ما باید با انسان چی میگن humanity باید ما یک چیز مثبت کنیم. این کار ما اینجا آمدیم که انجام بدیم با انسانا، با انسانیت، و برای بشر که میگن humanity. ما میخوایم که یک کار خوب انجام بدیم. ما در اینجا نامدیم که کس را پایان بزنیم یا با کس بد بگوییم. تنها ما میخوایم که صدای انسانیت بلند بسازیم. من میخواستم بگویم I hope everybody
درود. بس بخشش باشه که ما اینجا بسته داشتیم همی چی کارا بارا و خدا اساس همی گفتی جای خودت همی تیک تاک اجازه نیست. واقعا هم همی بحث خودتان، همی بحث دکتر صاحبیمی یکی از این مسائل تیک تاکی ساز بالاست. واقعا هم درست، مگر هم متاسفانه که یا از دنیا اساس خدای نخواسته خداوند 100 سال عمر خودت داشته باشه از دنیا بری قدر تا مردم میدونه. این ما شما مردم نمی رقم هستیم. ما اینجا تلفن دو تا موبایل دارم استاد، ما بسته میکردم که کشف داشتیم، ما این موبایل مونده بود استاد، صدای خود بلند بود، همینجا بچه ها بشنوید. یعنی گپای خودت، صحبتای خودت شنیدم، یعنی واقعا هم استاد از سویه افغانو بخی بالاست. این مسائل را که خودت بسیار دکتر صاحبی خودت اکسپلین کردی، واقعا هم از فکر توان خداوند مردم بیاد که اما یک فکر تفکر انسانیت میداد که خودت قبول میکردن، همی خراسان قبول میکردن، خود بزرشون بزرگ میقبولونیم، قبولام نکردن بزرگ میقبولونیم که بیادر همی آرام بشیدیم، بیادر رد سازیم مردم رد سازیم. حالت که فعلا در جغرافیا روان است. یکیش همیجا بود پیشه رفت از چیز از سرساز از نغمه میگه ولی خو خیلی فهمیده آدم هستم. دکتر توی ما یک جای کار هست یعنی بچه ها اندیوال هست کنم هستیم و همجا گوش داشتن صحبت های تونه بازی یکیش رفت میگه ولی خب بسیار آدم هوشیار است به خدای خیلی خوب فهمیده آدم است ولی ما خب فکر چیز میکردیم دیگه برحال اساس بسیار بخشش باشه که من دستم بند بود دیگه صحبت های تشنیدیم از دکتر صاحب میرم خیلی صحبت های عالی جانانه. واقعا متاسفانه اساس تیک تاک یک جای بسیار به جامعه خراسانی مردم ما شما یک جای شده که بسیار سبک آدم چیز میشه مگر هم خودت مثل خودت مثل دکتر سبیمی واقعا تو خودت گفته بودی که امی عمدانی را که ما قد خود مقایسه کرده بودی واقعا او چی کرده است ما شما در فقر خودت در فقر کلان شدی بزرگ شدی ما شما خیلی سفر کردیم یعنی قدر ما شما درد و رنج و غربت و آوارگی را دیدیم اگر عمدانی در سه پوزیشن توی بود آل خدا بدونه در نیویورک حتی به نظر ما یک کار تاکسی هم اگر میکرد اونو میکرد یعنی ما قدشی نداریم انسان شریف است خداوند هر کس به امید و آرزویی که داره برسونه انسان تا به تلاش در زندگی میکنه آدم بعد هر کس به منظر ببینه که زندگی بهتر داشته باشه من خودم شخصا همون رقم ازم کوشش میکنم که مردم خوب بدرخشه در جامعه خدمت کنه زندگی آرام داشته باشه دیگه اگر او مثل خودت استاد زندگی خودت اگر خود مقایسه کنی تو 10 برابر از اون افغان قدرگاه به کجا بفهمه که ما شما چقدر سفر کردیم ما شما چقدر رنج و درد و آوارگی و بیچارگی و دو جغرافیا در بدبختی کار بزرگ شدیم عمدانی در نیویورک بر شده تواند در نیویورک شده بسات نیاز نیامت تقریبا شده او که شاروار نیویورک نباشه خیلی باشه من این اموال یک برادرم از استاد از سال 10 ساله از سالی که ما وقتی که از لندن آمدیم سپورتش کردیم با خدا قسم است که صحبت میکنه یک رقم انگلیسی نوشته میکنه استاد که ما در خور نوشته کردن نمیتونم چرا که راحت بوده مکتب شخصی را کورس مکتب شخصی را ورش کردیم پرایوت رفته درس خونده اینا او کدیمه خیلی فرق میکنه استاد ما اینجا اومدیم تکلیف کشیدیم زحمت کشیدیم با چقدر مشکلات تا اینمان استاد ما در کار هستم 12 سال خدا ورسی ما امروز در کار بودیم این طرف رو طرف برن اومدیم بدر گفتیم باش که صحبت‌های خودت بسیار جالب و بسیار وقتم از دکتر سبیمی هم اینجا اومدیم اگه اشتراک کنیم بهر استاد افغانو قد درک نمیکنه که عمدانی چیه این عمدانی برادر که در قدر رنج و تکلیف و زحمت و چقدر ما شما سفر کردیم بازم استاد فایق امی طور خودت که صحبت میکنی از مسائل سیاسی و گوی دوری مسائل اقتصادی امی تیم رکساس خودت رهبری میکردی نه امی چی که بود نه امی چی بود نامش یادم رفته امی تیم که بود نه برنامه را که شما داشتی
TTM Tragic to Magic
تیم که همون چقدر استاد شما درجان دیگه و بس جلایده است شما چقدر درخشش داشته خیلی گفته خود زاد تیک تاک یک جای شده بسیار یک جای هست که فکر میکنه که کل مردم چون از اون مردم همون تو چی شده تربیت شده مردم تو فکر میکنه که نمی یک چند تا بچه‌ای که گیم بزنن و فحاشی میکنن اینمی رقم کل ایگیره دمو جامعه دمو چیز فکر میکنن دمو اجتماع فکر میکنن تو فکر نمیکنه که کسایی هست که بسیار تحلیل‌های بالا دارن بسیار مسائل آگاه هستن مثل خودت مثل دکتر سبیمی به هر حال استاد این زحمت‌های شما این عرق‌ریزی‌های شما یک روز انشاءالله که نتیجه مثبت داره انشاءالله که به نتیجه نمیمونه بخیر سلامت باشید دکتر سبیمی استاد بخیر باشید
دم گرم برای می گرامی دیگه بازم ممنون سپاس از دوستا حتما انشالله الرحمن دوستایی که میخواین یک کم یک چکیده از زندگی ما را بدانن دکتر سبیمی یک داکومنتری یک چیز زبان انگلیسی تهیه کرده جور کرده درباره زندگی من است از طفولیت کجا درس خواندیم حتی پدر مادرم کی است ما چقدر فامیلم است در کجا تولد شدیم در کجا درس خواندیم چه مشکلاتی را که است من بسا متقبل شدیم و چگونه من تا اینجا رسیدیم البته یک چکیده از زندگی ما تقریبا در حدود 4 بخش 5 بخش است و بسیار به شکل اکادمیکی را مطرح ساخته دوستان می توانند بروند به نام زندگی نامه عبدالعلی فایق در یوتیوب است و برای دوستایتان برای خارجی هایی که حداقل که از لیسانس دارن بفرستین اگر چیز واو براتان روان نکرد کسی انگلیسی را بفهمه ماستر باشه براتان اگر چند قلب نفرستاد من ناقیتان این به پی اچ دی روان بکنی واقعا میگن که میشه ای آدم یک بار ما ببینیم چرا اونا میفهمن حالا مثلا شما چرا مثلا خیلی علاقمند هستی به زندگی لوتر مارتین کینگ آیا مسلمان است نه آیا از وطندارتان است نه چی کار کرده برای انسانیت جنگیده و بحث من اونجا بحث فقط خراسان نیست و بحث من بالاتر از خراسان است من یک انسان گرا هستم ولی فعلا برای خراسان می جنگم اگر من بگم من انسان گرا هستم در جامعه خراسان دروغ گفتم انسانگرایی فعلا که از لا محل لها فی اعراب عربا میگن، فعلا محل مناقشه و بحث ما نیست. انسانگرایی زمان میاد در خراسان کنجا که هست مثلا عدالت اجتماعی تامین شد مثل بریتانیا وری باز رو انشالله الرحمن ما انسانگرایی رو اونجا تطبیق میکنیم. دیگه دمتان گرم. دیگه دکتر صاحب ایمی شما هم دیگه 4 ساعت 18 دقیقه شد. دمتان گرم. خودت هم انرژی داری از مامدانی کنه بهتر هستی. حالا بگویم افغانا با ثبت میکنم میگم والا دکتر ایمی از مامدانی بهتر. مامدانی کی است؟ ما نمیفهم. مامدانی قایدر چاره که ما و تو که از قدرت نداره، قدرت به حساب یعنی ساختن یک چیزی را. ما گفتم انرژیش برای من زیبا است. یک آدمی است بسیار انرژی داره، همیشه میخنده، همیشه با مردم است، همیشه لذت میبره. من گفتم شبیه کارهای ما را میکنه. من به این خاطر عالم گپ ما پس میگیرم. من یعنی به اندازه من است مامدانی برای شما که هست نیک مبارک باشه.
بسیار زیاد تشکر.
یک چیز دیگرم ببخشید، یک لحظه یک چیز دیگرم میخواستم اضافه بکنم. قدیر جان I proud of you man. You rock and roll man. So smooth and responding Afghans, so professionally and so academically. دمت گرم. I proud of you قدیر جان. Well done man. I really enjoy how you responded and how you basically slap them with your information and with your with your basically kindness. God bless you. We're proud of you. Well done, sir. Well done, sir. بفرمایید.
Yeah, we're proud of you. Yes, Ali Jan, this is ICAS program خود ماست. Hard Talk with Ali and Emmy. our Saturday این program داریم. میفهم خودتان بسیار زیاد کارا رو دارین که انجام میتین به خاطر United States of Democratic Federal of خراسان. هر وقت که وقت داشتی اینمی پروگرام خود ماست. بخیر بیایم به لسان انگلیسی صحبت کنیم برای موضوع. بهتر است که کسانی که امریکایی هستند از کشورهای اروپایی هستند امو صحبت ها یا امو موضوع در گوش های زوا برسه.
درست است.
امروز که ما خود این صحبت ها رو داشتیم بسیار صحبت های خوب بود. اینال ما کلش میگرم I'm gonna break it in pieces. باز دمو تک تاک شیر میکنم باز خودتان میبینی.
درست است. با من بفرست. اگر واتساپ مرا ندارید واتساپ مرا از الیاس بگی در واتساپ من بفرستش.
اوکی. همین کارم میکنم.
دمت گرم ایمی جان.
بسیار تشکر.
دمت گرم. شبتان از خداحافظ. خراسان به پیش. خراسان به پیش. یالا بچه. یالا. Stop. I want it. I got it. I want it. I got it. دوستان عزیز ممنون از شما تا اکنون ما را بیننده بودین. خواهر شکیلای عزیز, thank you so much for your kindness, for your support. Today we had a very, very, rich conversation and discourses with Dr. Emmy. And we express ourselves and our thought, our notions, and our vision that what we are fighting for justice. And we are against injustice. So that's our notion. So we are exactly following the path of Kurosh Cyrus the Great, Luther Martin King, Gandhi, Stephen Biko, and Mandela, and Ahmad Shah Massoud rahmatullah alayhi. So we are social justice fighter, freedom for all humanity. We believe for all humanity, we love all humanity, regardless. For us, religion, sex, gender, nothing is important. We love humanity. We are from Eve and Adam. That's all. Nothing else. That's our religion said it. That's our parents said it. That's our leaders said it. God bless you and God bless USK. Khurasan Bapesh.